That being said, Jamal made a huge shot, gave us a chance at the end, on the free throw line, guy that we trust the most in our team to make those shots. So, we just, I just thought the turnovers and the free throws, that's what killed us in this game. It kept them in the game when we had control of it. And then late, it just let them control the clock, those last 5-6 minutes.
It is staggering to think how good of a free throw shooter Jamal Murray is. And now multiple times this year, with the game on the line, just needing a bucket to send it into overtime or, to win or whatever. It's happened now multiple times that he's missed that critical free throw. Let me approach this from a couple of different angles that I saw, Scott. One, did Adelman screw up by somewhat freezing Murray by making defensive substitutions on the last free throw?
Well, in hindsight, if he makes it, you don't worry about it, and by missing it, if it just comes another little thing late in the fourth quarter that you could point at.
Well, what do you think?
I don't know. I mean, make the free throw or not make the free throw. Jason Elam once told me that he loved when coaches called a timeout because it was able for him to to relax and get his mind right. But you got 30 seconds to do that when you got guys running in and out. And, is there a psychology of saying, oh, he thinks I'm going to miss it, so he's putting bigger guys on the box? Which, go back and watch that last play and watch Lopez basically grab Nikola Jokic by the arm and pull him away from that rebound. It's kind of comical when you see it.
We had a little Canadian.
I don't know. I mean, like I said,
we had a little Canadian. We had a little Canadian on Canadian smack talk going on there, though. Did you catch that?
Yeah, I saw Mather go up and say something to him initially, and then when they're on the line, you're always whispering stuff on the line.
All right, but I'm just putting the little Canada connection there. I don't know if hey, I think you're gonna miss that shot, eh? I mean, maybe you don't make this bucket, huh? Good luck though.
If you had 10 more games and you had to have a guy at the line to win a game or tie a game, you take the ball 10 out of 10 times, right? So I don't know. There's much to be said about the free throw. Maybe in hindsight you don't call a timeout. To me, Scott, I guess I'd just ask you this because to me it's like there's a bigger overall theme that just seems to be going on right now. Forget the free throws, but there just seems to be a pattern of winnable games that are there for the taking. They slip away right at the end of the game, whether it's stupid mistakes, poor closing out, or just it just feels like there's a general inability to finish games this year that feels weird to me for a Nuggets team that's been so accustomed to finishing.
Well, in clutch games this year, and I think that's games within 5 points or 6 points, 5 or 6 points in the last. It's 5 minutes. I think 5 minutes of the game. I think it's an analytic that the league uses. So I think it's within 5 points or 6 points within 5 minutes or something like that. Denver is now 14-14.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's the last five, Scott. Last five. Yeah.
Yeah. So it's been not as good as it's been in the past. So that's a 500 record. I said this on the broadcast last night. I'm not so surprised that it's 14-14 as much as that they've had to play 28 clutch games of their however many games they've played, 56, 46, whatever it is, 51. They've been in a lot of them. Haven't come out right. They seem to lose different way. I felt like last night was a different way. I'll say this. I still don't think Joker's 100%. I don't think he's in shape. I don't think Murray is well either. If you go back and look at Murray's last 3 games, even the 2 leading up to the All-Star game, I mean, he really shot it poor. He shot it poor last night. Joker shot it poor last night. If you go back and look at his last couple of games. And the turnovers, I think he's had 22 turnovers in the last 3 games.
Correct.
That he's played for the Nuggets. I think we're so used to superhuman Nikola Jokic, we're seeing the true effects of missing 16 games and 5 weeks of a season in the middle of the year the true effect of that, right? We're just expecting him to come back. Because remember, he came back that first game back, he had 30-some triple-double, and you're like, oh, okay. I guess being out for 5-6 weeks doesn't bother Joker. And then since then, his shooting percentage has really struggled. He took another blow on his wrist in the middle of that game on a foul, and then proceeded to miss some free throws. I mean, Murray missed that one late, but I think they missed 5 free throws in the fourth quarter. So that one gets highlighted because it's, with 0.9 seconds left in the game. But there was 4 other ones you could have made too that sure would have helped in that situation. It was an eerie feeling game for me all along. I never got comfortable. I never felt that, okay, here we go. Even when they got up 11, I think twice, it just was ugly, and it just didn't seem like it had for me. And I asked Adelman afterwards about the effort. And I do think guys can play hard and still not play good, right, Tyler? I mean, I think guys can play hard and still be a half step back or half step slow or half step off.
Got my butt kicked a lot, giving my full effort.
And that's what it felt like to me last night. And I was telling Katie and Chris on the plane yesterday, I will say this, and I played with a whole lot of all-stars in my career. And it sure seems like coming back for All-Star game, that first game back, the majority of them just absolutely sucked. And I don't know if it's, from the weekend of festivities or whatever they're doing or blah, blah, blah. But I listen, they had a chance to win, and I thought Joker and Murray were absolutely horrible.
Here's the truth about the Nuggets, if people want to accept it. It's up to you. They're a 500 team. They have 26 games left. My guess is they go 13-13, something like that. Does that mean they can't win a championship? No, they can. I mean, they win 12-11 in their final 23 games the year they won a championship. Okay, you got to get healthy. You got to get it together. But I have no idea why anybody would expect this team to be fully healthy in the playoffs based off of what's happened. You're going to have to figure out games like last night out. And if Joker's hurt or Jamal is hurt or whatever it is, whatever the excuses are, okay, but, I mean, we got to be smarter than that. And somehow they played better without these guys than with these guys. That's the truth, frankly.
No, that's not the truth, actually.
Okay, tell me what the truth is then.
The truth is they played surprisingly better than you thought they were going to with those guys out. But you got to look at what they did, the 11 straight wins on the road, the dominance everywhere. I mean, they went 8-2 to start with all 5 starters. And lost 1 in overtime and lost 1 on a last-second shot.
Let me recap. Let me back up. Of course, Scott, in the beginning of the season, these guys were great. That's why we all had stars in our eyes. Let me recap. Since they've returned, they were better than they are now with Jamal and Joker back right now, for whatever reason. I don't know why. They were just a better, more cohesive team. I can't explain. Of course, they were better in the beginning of the season. They were the best team in the league at the beginning of the season.
I feel like a lot that we were riding on in terms of like, hey, don't get too panicked about this, right? Was those guys are tired, right? They're tired. I don't know. We had a week off, right? And so that kind of goes out the window. So we don't have that one. And now I will admit, Scott, I not to use the word panic because I don't think panic's right. I agree with you. They did a lot of good things early in the season, but there's a concern level that seems pretty high right now that this appears to just be what this team is.
Nah, and maybe, but I will just go back to say what I said before the break. If this team is healthy, Darren just touched on it. If this team's healthy, I have all the confidence in the world that they can compete for a championship. But health ain't guaranteed. This could be the iteration of what they are. Listen, we're watching Joker, Superman, struggle coming off after a 16-game layoff, really, and really fighting to get back. And remember, I said this to you guys also, when you've got, Aaron Gordon, hamstring, Peyton Watson, hamstring, Nikola Jokic, knee, Cam Johnson, knee, you're off for 6, 7, 8 weeks. How are you conditioning?
Oh, I completely agree. And that's why these last 26 games, Scott, like 13-13, but let's face some other realities here. okay? Today, the Nuggets are actually in 4th place. They lose the tiebreaker to the Rockets. They're 1 game ahead of the Lakers and the Timberwolves. If you get behind them, you're battling with the Phoenix Suns in the play-in, or at least you're hanging out in 6th place, and maybe you're ahead of them. You're probably not going to catch San Antonio. You're down by them by 4.5 games. That's a tough number to make up right there.
Yeah, but I think you play them 3 times in the last 20.
Hey, if you want to give me some,
26 games.
Cool. I mean, I'm up for it. But they're 8-2 in their last 10. You're 4-6. I think they'll be okay. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they win tonight. They probably should win tonight against Portland, I guess. I suppose they've been pretty good on the back-to-backs. But I don't have a lot of confidence on Sunday. And I have, like, zero confidence for sure about any home game. And I don't care who you're playing because of the way they've struggled at home, Scott. I don't think they can't succeed in the playoffs, but boy, has this been a tough season, man, to just get through.
Here's the interesting thing, too, when you're watching this game and you're kind of, if you're just being honest and listen, you can be a Nugget fan, just like I try to do the same thing with the Broncos. I'm a Bronco fan, but I'm going to be honest with things I don't like or I don't think is going the way it needs to go, or something you might need to keep an eye on for the future. And I don't like how it looks right now. To be honest with you, and you just feel it. It's a feel watching this. It just doesn't feel right. Panic. I really don't have any panic on that, because again, you're either healthy or you're not healthy, and if you can't get it right, you can't get it right.
Well, the panic would be that you're never going to be.
Yeah, well, yeah. I mean, that's something they got to deal with, and that's something they're going to have to look at, and then, eventually, if they can't, then you got to sit back and get a whole game plan. Why are we having all these soft tissue issues? What's going on? Was Cam Johnson and Joker's injury kind of a freak incident? But, Jamal's messed around with a calf. Gordon's messed with a calf and a hamstring. Peyton Watson a calf. I would assume Christian Brown's ankle. And to be honest with you, I think he's probably playing at about 85% right now. He got a shot block going in for a layup that I think 3 months ago he dunks. And that guy doesn't get the shot. Instead, he has to lay it up because I don't think he has that explosion still. They've got a lot of questions, for me, but it starts with health, to be honest with you. And I'm going over the notes for tonight's game. And it's funny. Remember, was it yesterday, Darren, we asked about it, how they lose or whatever, and I said, when they shoot terribly from the three-point line, they don't have a chance. Well, they shot 32 again last night. And I think, in fact, I saw a number, and I don't even know if I could find it quick enough. When they started the season out on the road and had that just incredible record, and I think they've been 8-7 in the last whatever, and they started off with, remember they won 11 in a row, and they were like 12-2 or something like that to start the season on the road. They were shooting 41% from the three. And since that time, they're shooting 35, and they're basically a 500 team.
And that's what I think they are.
And I'm going to say this tonight on the Open. We can talk a whole lot of this, that, but and whether health's involved or not, that doesn't matter. It's still a make or miss league, right?
Mm-hmm.
Joker's 0 for 5 from 3 again last night. He makes one. Guess what you do? You win the game.
My question.
Murray was 2 for 7. Guess what? He makes, or 2 for 8. He makes 3. Guess what? You win the game.
Well, I mean, they scored 37 points in the fourth quarter. I mean, the two of them were making buckets in the fourth quarter, and okay, fine. But they also allowed 37 points too. They weren't playing much defense either. And then Hardaway, you can't do that, man. You can't do that.
Did you see how many free throws were shot in the fourth quarter?
Yeah, it was
stupid.
Yeah, and you guys do a great job on the broadcast. Do not get me wrong. But boy, oh boy, is that a slog. I'm sure it's a slog broadcast too, but it just is like, wow.
Well, and I kept pointing out.
There's no rhythm.
There's no rhythm. And I think between the two of them, I think they shot, I don't know. I don't have them in front of me. I think there was 28 between the two teams, 28 or 29 free throws in a quarter.
Yeah.
That is just that's horrible that's horrible to broadcast, horrible to watch basketball. Now, it makes for attention, moments.
Sure.
You make one more of those free throws and we're playing overtime last night, aren't we?
Yeah, and the fact that Jamal now has missed that multiple times, which is so weird. I mean, let me look it up for a second.
Twice against Detroit, one to win the game, one to tie it, I think, right?
Yep. Free throw percentage this year, Jamal is at 88.4%. Come on. I mean, that's fantastic. He's actually shooting better, slightly better this season in free throws than his career. Both are great, though. Career's 87.2. This season's 88.4.
We'll take him 10 out of 10 times in that moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's and that's why I actually pointed out, like, I understand making a defensive substitution if the ball comes off squirrely, but I think Adelman just should have let it flow. I mean, why are we interrupting anything? He hit the first two. Stop overthinking it. Just let Jamal shoot, and let's go in overtime. I mean, if he makes the bucket, he makes the bucket. If he misses it, he misses it. But we're going to stop the game. We're going to run guys out there. We're going to have guys crap talk to Jamal. We're going to give the crowd a little extra time. Got to be honest, man. I love David Adelman, but I thought that was a mistake. I think you just got to let him flow.
I'm not going to disagree with you, and I think you would say that here's a stat for you. What do we say, 14 and 14, so 28 clutch games?
Yeah.
Denver has allowed in clutch games, so it'd be the last 5 minutes, 12.7 points per game, which is last in the NBA.
Yeah. So you got a little bit of an issue here because despite all the injuries, we're talking about, I get it with all the injuries, but we're talking about the game can be yours no matter what you're going through into the last minute of the game and you're losing. Like, I gotcha, but like if the injuries were that bad, why is the game even close? So what is happening where you're winning a game no matter what you're going through, but for whatever reason, in the last minute, it falls apart? Maybe we can dig into that coming up. It's PhD here on 92.5. Hey, what's going on? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Low energy, not feeling the same, sex drive is down. It could be because of low T. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has something really interesting for you to think about. This year, they're helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring GH peptides, NAD+, GLP-1, PDA, and more. It's designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. It's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're going through it right now and just don't feel the same, it could be because of low T. So this is not complicated. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and understand that guys start losing 2 to 3% of their testosterone production every year once you hit your mid-30s or so. So go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, take the low T quiz. If advised, well, all right. Talk about it with an expert, and you go from there. They'll help you out. I love it. You'll love it too. Call 720-440-7900, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Featured therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
If you're looking for a cool place to catch USA Slovakia, and the winner will face Canada, we'll get into what an amazing game it was between Canada and Finland here in about 15 minutes. But number 38, Denver's best sports bar, ice cold beer, massive screens, and the red, white, and blue at number 38. Puck drops at 1:10-ish, and we'll see you at number 38. Kick off happy hour a little bit earlier. I want to get to a Mr. Pibble update.
Oh, we got one.
All right, so hang in there for that. And that's Tyler's your daughter's hamster that escaped.
That escaped.
All right.
Yep.
So we'll get to that here
I
in a
opened
second.
up the circle of trust. You know, it was a circle of trust. We were in the nest.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we'll get to it. We'll get to it in a second.
When you're in the circle of trust, you know, you lose the trust.
No, okay. All right. Well, we're looking forward to the update. Scott, last year the Nuggets went 50-32. They were 5-5 in their last 10. They had similar road and home records last year. They did 24-17 on the road, 26-15. They finished in fourth place, and with MPJ hurt and AG hurt, they pushed the Thunder to 7 games, and then that's where the season ended. To get to that point, the Nuggets would have to go 15-11 the rest of the season. Is this team capable of going 15-11 just to finish in fourth place once again in the conference this year? What do you think?
Yeah, I think so.
Do you think that's the minimum they have to do to end up in fourth place? And by the way,
I think it's always a goal to win 50 games. I mean, that kind of constitutes a pretty good season when you win at least 50. So I don't know if they're putting a solid number on there like me, but for me, I judge teams. You win 50 plus, 50 and above, you've had a pretty good year. And I would say with the injuries, they would have that would be a pretty successful season, regular season. But, you know, that's all thrown out once the playoffs start.
Here's what's crazy. If they were just a 500 team, 13-13 the rest of the way would put them at 48 wins. Last year, right. 48 wins get you in the play-in. You're not in the top 6. So the difference between being in fourth place, in fact, they were tied with the Lakers and the Clippers. They lost to the Lakers in a tiebreaker, beat the Clippers in a tiebreaker, if you remember all the playoff scenarios from last year. And this is what they have to do if they get to 50 wins. But if you're at 48 wins like last year, and that would be 13-13 the rest of the way, well, you're in the play-in, theoretically. And now you got to deal with all that stuff. And that's certainly not what they want to do. So this is kind of an interesting moment here for this team.
Let me ask you this. If you're running the show, how much are you pushing Aaron Gordon to get back before the playoffs? Or are we just letting him rest and get healthy and say, well, all we got to do is get to the playoffs?
Well, you brought him back, and then you lost him. So I think for him, and we're seeing this with Joker, and I just saw some unbelievable splits. I think for him and his benefit, he would want to come back just to kind of get some mileage under the legs.
Yeah, you know, I get the temptation to sit him as long as you possibly can. I do. We've messed around with it. You mess around with it. You didn't get the results you want. Soft tissue is tricky. I get it, man. But boy, does it seem like this team could desperately use him back.
Well, I think they do, and I think he's kind of the, you know, he's the lion in the Wizard of Oz saga. He's the one with courage. He's the one that kind of brings you whatever. David Adelman talked about, I don't know if his pregame I guess it was yesterday then, was just talking about the position he plays where it's been named the dunker position, right? It's a dunker position now, and how that really changes up what teams are able to do as far as being able to and Bruce Brown got to the free throw line last night on one of those plays, but there's a big difference when Bruce Brown was running the dunker position and Aaron Gordon.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And I say there's a big position there between Aaron Gordon and Spencer Jones, or Aaron Gordon and even when Peyton Watson was around. Let me give you some numbers, and you want to talk about how important is health and conditioning. Before the injury, you guys realize Joker was averaging 29.6, shooting nearly 60%, 61%, 60.5, and 43.5 from the 3-point line, 68% in the paint. So those little baby hooks and layups, he missed a couple little baby ones last night. Since returning, he's averaging 24-1, so 5.5 points less. He's shooting 49% field goal percentage, where he was shooting 60.5. He's shooting 27 from the three, where he was shooting 43.5, and his paint production has dropped from 68% to 60. So here's the funny thing. Joker's playing okay, but he's just playing okay, really good player, NBA status, right? He's playing, man, he's a really good NBA player status. He's not playing all-world MVP status right now.
We'll get back to that conversation, which is really interesting, coming up here in a little bit. But we will be watching along with USA Slovakia. That happens at 1:10. They'll meet Canada. If you missed what happened with Canada and Finland, we'll catch you up to speed in about 8 minutes. But it is time for a Mr. Pibble update. Now, just to recap, you have a hamster, your daughter does, and the hamster, for whatever reason, escapes.
Yeah.
And we're kind of left out in the dark because we do not know what happened from there.
Hamster escaped the cage a couple days ago, right? And I thought that we had a circle of trust here within our show, our listeners, the entire kingdom of PhD.
Mm-hmm.
I entrusted a lot. I needed advice, right? I needed advice on how to find a lost hamster because I didn't know what to do. So I turned to the people, like a man of the people.
The kingdom.
I turned to our kingdom and I said, "Kingdom, I need advice on how to find a hamster." I got some advice. We also got some death stories of one getting caught up in a fan and chopped to death. We found some carcasses, other ones. Other people gave me good advice. Get a live mouse trap, put some bait in there. They'll come in there, they'll stay alive, put some food on the ground. Others said, wait 2 weeks, they'll come back around. The one thing that I emphasized 10,000 times
To the kingdom.
Yes. Was that I have not told my daughter that her hamster is missing yet. And I'm entrusting you, if anybody out there knows my daughter, and you tell my daughter before I tell my daughter, we're going to have problems. Matter of fact, I said I'd go Liam Neeson. Did I not?
You did, yes.
I said I will find you.
Yes.
I will find you if anybody out there tells my daughter. Yesterday, 3:30, get a call from my daughter. I'm nervous. I'm like, uh-oh, what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
Okay? Couldn't answer. She starts calling me on repeat. I'm like, uh-oh, it's on. It's on. Something's going on right now. She sends me a text. Is my hamster alive? I'm like, why are you sending me a text asking if your hamster's alive right now?
Mm-hmm.
She says, Dad, call me. My friend told me that her dad told her that my hamster is missing.
Yeah, what a jerk, first of all.
Now, I'm going to
find out who that guy is.
No, I know who this guy is.
Oh, you do?
I know exactly who this guy is.
Oh.
Because I happen to drop my daughter off at this guy's house all the time for sleepovers.
Gotcha.
So I'm going to go ahead and name this guy's name.
Oh.
Dieter.
Diener?
Dieter.
Diener.
Dieter.
Oh, Dieter.
Dieter.
Okay.
You are out of the circle of trust.
Do you want to pet my monkey?
Dieter.
Dieter. Do you know what Dieter did?
Dieter.
Dieter's daughter tells my daughter, hey, your hamster is missing, but I'm not supposed to tell you. The only reason she says I'm not supposed to tell you is if Dieter tells his daughter, hey, I'm going to tell you, but you're not supposed to tell Kinsey.
Yeah, is Dieter an idiot?
Dieter absolutely is an idiot.
Yeah.
No, Scott, don't tell me that I'm the idiot here. Don't tell me that. I know that's what you want to say, Scott, so you don't even have to say it out loud, okay? I'll say it for you. Okay. Scott thinks that I'm an idiot in this scenario.
Thank you.
Well, the initial advice was to just be honest with your daughter, but you didn't do that.
No. What I decided was I'm going to search for this hamster before I create an unnecessary panic.
Yeah.
And make sure that the hamster's not coming back alive. She finds out.
Yeah, because the popularity of this show sinks its way to Dieter
which
the
you,
idiot.
by the way, doubted. Yeah. You're like, who's going to tell your daughter? Nobody out there is listening. There's nobody out there that's going to be able to tell Kinsey, who's going to know about this?
Well, I didn't know Dieter was such a moron.
I didn't know that Dieter was either.
Yeah.
But now I do know.
Well, if you've watched all those years, you kind of knew, with the monkey and everything.
He starts with the name Dieter. That's not good. You didn't tell us you knew a guy named Dieter.
now I'm an absolute
that right there in of itself. That's got to be every story you have from now on has to have Dieter in it.
Dieter's got to be part of it.
We got to make an open. We got to make an open from the old SNL. We got to make an open.
Dieter, pet my monkey.
Absolutely.
Would you like to pet my monkey?
Would you like to pet my monkey, Dieter?
So listen, now Dad's in a world of hurt, okay?
Yeah.
Because his daughter did find out through a friend, not from Dad. And in hindsight, I felt really bad about that.
Yeah, well,
I immediately apologized, pick her up, bring her over. I'm like, listen, let's search for the hamster. I don't know what's going on. I'm so sorry you found out through the radio. I had a circle of trust. You know, the circle of trust.
I'm sure she bought that. Dad.
The circle of trust. They failed me. It's not my fault. It's the circle's fault.
Winston Churchill somewhere is rolling in his graves, who I believe coined the phrase "loose lips sink ships."
Yeah, Dieter's. You're right. That's exactly right.
What happened with Mr. Pibble?
I mean, we have got an absolute panic going on.
Uh-huh.
I have searched this house high and low multiple times. The girlfriend has searched the house high and low multiple times.
Yeah.
All over the place. I've got no hope. Zero hope.
Yeah.
We did put some cucumbers out on the ground in her room.
Okay.
I had found carpet that had been dug out underneath the door because he snuck his way underneath the door.
He got under the door.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
All
So
right.
like this hamster's gone in my mind. But
Probably,
I'm bringing her over, and I'm just like, listen, let's look for the hamster. At this point, I'm just kind of playing a game, you know?
Yeah.
I am not kidding you. After hours and hours and hours of searching for this hamster, my daughter gets there. We open up her closet. I pick up her stuffed animal box, which I brought up yesterday. I was worried about the stuffed animal box. The first place we look, we saw the freaking hamster.
There it is, right there.
The hamster's sitting right there.
That's Mr. Pibble.
Mr. Pibble is right in her closet. We found the hamster.
Instantly.
Problem solved.
Well.
Daughter's okay.
Yeah.
Hamster's been returned. Hamster was hungry, really hungry. Hamster ate for about 10 straight minutes, drank a lot of water. That problem solved. Now I just don't know what to do about these sleepovers at Dieter's house and if Kenzie's allowed to go to Dieter's house anymore.
Yeah, well, I think you can trust Dieter. I don't think Dieter's not. I mean, he's an idiot, but he's probably fine with the sleepovers.
Gosh,
you know?
I hope
But
Dieter's
the
listening.
bottom line is, you did find the hamster, so
Now I'm as happy as a little girl.
There you go. That's Dieter.
Hamster has
Saturday
been
Night Live,
found.
yeah.
The cucumbers worked. He came back after leaving the room. He dug his way under the door. Somehow he came back to his own room. It's the smartest hamster on planet Earth.
Yeah.
Hamster's been returned. Problem solved.
Have you told
Deep
Dieter?
breath.
Have you told Dieter he's an idiot to his face, or is he hearing about it right now?
I debated whether to text Dieter last night.
But let's do it this way.
And I made a group decision that the right decision is to shame him
On the radio.
On the radio.
This is PhD.
I think we ought to call him.
I do. You know what? I do have his number.
I think we ought to reach out and call Dieter.
You know what? That might not be a bad idea.
All right.
And then we can even find out how he got named Dieter. Is that a long lost, nephew, uncle, brother's name, cousin, grandpa?
It's a good question.
Well, in the kingdom, we have knights, we have cooks, we have blacksmiths, and we have town fools. And that would be Dieter.
And some get kicked out of the kingdom.
Yes. By the way, Dunk on the Game of Thrones, he's getting cooler and cooler.
Oh, yeah.
He's a little bit of a badass these days.
I don't know how he survived 14 stabbings, but
that was something.
Well, Jon Snow, you do realize Dunk was like a professional rugby player once.
At one point in his career, yes, in his life. He's a big athletic dude. So being called Dunk is not quite the insult that it was initially intended. Dunk is kind of a hero. So
And maybe Dieter's not even.
well, I was just thinking of the kingdom, and it looks like Dunk is about to take Dieter's head off. It's the kingdom. Welcome to the kingdom. It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey, if you're out there car shopping, whether you're in need of a new vehicle or pre-owned vehicle, go to the best dealership in Colorado, Phil Long Ford. Phil Long Ford's got the best prices, the best customer service, the best inventory, and you're going to find the vehicle of your dreams. Whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, that vehicle's already at Phil Long Ford because they've got over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you need a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford. Guys, relationships matter. That's why I go back to Phil Long Ford every time I need a new vehicle. I've done it 5 times. I know these guys love these guys, trust these guys. They're going to take care of you. They're going to get you in. They're going to get you out. And they've also got an award-winning service department. So once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over. Check them out online at phillongford.com.
McDavid to MacKinnon, short side, puck retrieval. The Finns really did a good job up until that point for not allowing pucks to go through the middle of the seam, in the middle of the ice.
Put that camera on me, I'll perform. That's what I do. That's what the dog does.
That's what he does. He's Nate Dogg. Spoiler alert. I hope I don't not ruin this for anybody. If I am, I apologize. But it is, happening live. And Canada, so here we go. We're into it. And USA, Slovakia is starting here in a second. Unbelievable. Canada's down again. Again, this time 2-0. And Finland just, they weren't really playing that great. But Cale Makar misplayed a puck, and Finland got a shorthanded goal. How about that? And you're down 2-0, and you think Finland's just going to sort of, hang in there the best that they can. But Canada turned something on. So that is something, guys, in a championship gene, right? The ability to come through in the clutch. It is pretty cool, when you see that. What do you think that is that separates, and perhaps the Nuggets are suffering from this right now, but from teams that can come through in the clutch when they're behind and teams that fold? What do you think the fine line of that is?
I would say confidence, and that's probably the big superset in all of this. But when you lack the fear to fail, I think that's key. I don't know if I'm patting myself on the back on this or not. Fratello, when we had him on a few weeks ago, mentioned this. When I was in Atlanta, I was a scrubby dub, bench guy. Clutch games, you got to get the ball in bounds. I might, and that happened a bunch of times, not play for 47 minutes, and then all of a sudden we had to get an inbound pass in at half court to either tie, win, or hold on to the game. He called me in to make the pass. Now, like I said, I'm a scrubby dub, and I hadn't played all game, and now all of a sudden he's entrusting me to inbound the pass. Now, I was a good passer, but I remember early on thinking, don't screw this up, don't screw this up. I was nervous at times, and by the end of it, I was like, yeah, because somewhere down that road, and I probably did it a few dozen times, it hit me. If I screw up, that's on you. You put me in. I got a chance to be a quasi-hero and play 30 seconds. You know what I'm saying? And so I somehow talked myself out of any fear of screwing up. And there was one game that I threw the ball away, and they went down and scored, and it went from being, losing by 2 to losing by 4. But I lost all fear of failure, and I think it made me better at that job.
Absolutely.
And so I would say that.
The lack of fear is huge, and it's something that took me late in my career to get to that point. And once you get to it, you play with freedom, and all of a sudden the game is fun, and the stress is gone, and you're just a better player, whatever the sport is. But what it really comes down to me, what separates teams that close in those moments, honestly, it's DNA. It really is. Our guy Bo Nix has got it. Like, I wish Bo Nix was a four-quarter player, but he is a fourth-quarter player, and he's got that DNA in him that he's not afraid of the moment. And I think for young players, that's something that really does come down to DNA. So sometimes either you got that in your DNA that you don't feel any moment that is different than the beginning of the game, the end of the game, the World Championships, the Super Bowl. It all feels the same. And I think for a lot of guys, that's either in your DNA or it's not.
But don't you think, because you said so too, it can be developed a little bit, don't you think?
It can, but I don't think so for younger guys. I think young guys either got it or they don't.
What about collectively as a team? because
Yes.
the Canadian effort was a collective effort. And hey, listen, talent at the end of the day, if you're just more talented, you probably win in the end if the game keeps going, right? And there's no doubt that the Canadian team is more talented than the Finnish team and the Czechia team. But still, both of those teams had Canada on the rails, as did Switzerland with the U.S., by the way. And both those times, they overcame that. It is an amazing to me when you study a team dynamic, and you want to juxtapose that with the Nuggets of late. Something's going on that's missing, and you can't convince me that it's just talent. I think the Nuggets are as talented as the teams they're losing to. There's something else that's kind of missing right now.
It'd be interesting to go, and I'll talk to Hyatt and see about this. Of those 14 and 14 clutch games, because let's go back to previous 3 or 4 years, they were one of the best teams in the league every year in clutch games. So what's the difference? It'd be interesting to see if those 28 games they played in clutch this year, how many did Aaron Gordon play in?
Okay, well,
but can one guy be a calming force for the rest of the team?
Boy, if that's the case, then the value of Aaron Gordon is kind of ridiculous. And I don't know, maybe.
Well, do you remember the line? I believe it was attributed to Elway, but it might have been one of his offensive linemen on the drive when they started the drive against Cleveland and had to go 98 yards, and they get in the huddle, and somebody said in that huddle, I thought it was Elway, but it might not have been. But he goes, boys, we got them right where we want them. I mean, that's the attitude.
There's something to that.
I mean, under 2 minutes, you got to go 98 yards to tie the game. That was to tie the game.
So when you look at the Canadian team, it was so obvious, especially on the power play. Dude, by the way, you realize Nathan MacKinnon is not an alternate captain. Cale Makar is. So today during the game, whenever there was conversations with the captains because Crosby was out, it was Cale Makar who was representing Canada in that situation. Tip of the cap to Cale that he's got that kind of respect. But their power play, when you see MacKinnon, McDavid, and Makar out there, it's like, oh my God. I mean, that is leadership, and these are guys that believe in themselves. You know what I mean? With just those three guys.
They're also teaming up with McDavid.
Of course.
That doesn't hurt your power play, does it?
Of course, because in the argument, the best player, McDavid, MacKinnon, and Makar are all mentioned in the same breath. And there they are all out at the same time. Mm-hmm. So their confidence level with those guys is boundless.
Can you imagine lining up with that next to you? Like seriously, just being out there on the ice and know that those guys are who's surrounding you.
I'm actually, Dan, I don't know if you caught up with, maybe you did, but who else was on the power play with Makar, MacKinnon, and McDavid? Do you remember off the top of your head? Gosh.
I want to say Mitch Marner, but I can check.
All right, because they did not make any line changes, by the way. They kept that power play out the same time. So whoever was out there, I think, was probably out there the entire time. And that is a confident group. We'll see what happens with the U.S. and Slovakia here today. It is interesting. Like, man, Sweden pushed the U.S., Finland pushed Canada. You got to understand, Slovakia, with only 6 NHL guys, won the bracket that had Finland and Sweden also in it. Okay? So this is not a cakewalk for the U.S., despite the lack of NHL players for Slovakia. The game is underway. There's no score. We're watching it with you. Yeah, who else you got there,
So
Dan?
today it was Sam Reinhart, Macklin Celebrini, Nate Dogg, McDavid, Makar.
So Celebrini, a 19-year-old, is out there with
the first power play unit.
Wow. What does that say about that kid? Can you believe that? Holy cow. It's awesome, man. This is where sports gets incredible. This is probably the epitome of sports right here, guys, because this ain't about money. There's a lot of money to be made afterwards, but this ain't about money today. It's U.S. Slovakia, and we're here for it. It's PhD on 92.5.
stick of Gensel, turned back by Gernon. Watch that along by Boldy. And now the United States will go for a change. Tage Thompson just off the bench.
Here comes that Larkin line.
Up the middle from Werenski. Larkin scores! 1-0 United States.
And there they go through the handshake line. 1-0 lead, Dylan Larkin, Team USA. Quick change. The Slovakians with a bad change, and what a pass by Zach Werenski.
Dylan Larkin from Waterford, Michigan, who developed with Team USA's U17 team, playing in their national team development program. Plays for the Red Wings now. Michigan guy playing for the Red Wings. Scores the first goal at 4:19 of the first. The United States leads Slovakia 1-0. What a start.
Lightweight.
So nice start for the U.S., that's for sure. And now it's not about, coming from behind. It's playing with the lead and building upon that. And then putting your foot down. We've seen teams like Sweden and Finland get leads. Guys, what is the key once you get a lead to build a lead, to put your foot on your opponent's throat?
You change nothing, man. You change nothing. You got to keep rolling. There's a tendency, not now. I mean, not this early in the game, not when you're only up by one, but sometimes there's a tendency to dial back the aggressive meter. I've always found, were you watching? I'm sure you did, but when Michaela on her gold run.
Yes.
Yeah, and the announcers were talking about it. She already had like a second and a half. She was already up by like a full second or whatever it was.
Yep.
And they're like, yeah, she just keeps pushing it because at that point, sometimes the most dangerous thing you could do is try to start playing it safe. Sometimes once you're living on the edge, man, you just got to keep going. Keep going.
Why we've all said, prevent defense in the NFL prevents you from winning sometimes because you kind of pull back the horses and settle in, and then we see in the NBA guys start playing clock. Nuggets have done it 2 or 3 times this year. You start playing clock and taking time off clock, and you forget how to play and score. And then you're playing passive defensively, and everybody's talking about their defense. So you play passive defensively. Oh, we can't put them on the line anymore, and all of a sudden they reel off 3 or 4 easy shots. I think great athletes, and Michaela Schifrin might be a great example of that. I've always had a high respect of guys that don't play scoreboard but play game. And I think they're the most dangerous people. I doubt if Michaela Schifrin's going, well, I need to just go about 90% today so I can just hold on and win this gold. She goes, nah, I'm going to go take the gold.
Yep.
And maybe that's the mindset. Players that say, nah, I'm going to take it. I wish more NFL teams would do this, and I know with high-priced athletes we're worried about, injury and the money spent and blah, blah, blah. Listen, Denver this year, the Nuggets would have 6 more wins if they just played pedal to the metal. Let's go for it. If you screw up, you screw up because it turns out you screwed up trying to play safe.
The Nuggets led 75% of that game yesterday, Scott, and their largest lead was 10. Why didn't that 10 points become 20?
It happened twice. It happened in the first quarter and it happened in the third quarter. They got the 10 lead, and it looked smooth and easy. And then they just they haven't – this year they have struggled when a team – and listen, NBA guys, NFL guys, there's going to be comebacks more games than not. But that in the NBA, the run's got to be 5 points, not 9 points. The NBA, the run's got to be 3 points, not 7 points.
Mm-hmm.
And one stupid, lazy pass, turnover, there's 2 goes the other way. One, maybe he'll miss this. I'm not really going to run out for the 3-point line. Boom, there's 5 points. You're just giving up right now. And I'm thinking in my head, the game last night, and both of those happened. Now all of a sudden you get a little tight. Oh, dude, they're on a 5-0 run. Now I miss a bunny. They take the rebound, kick it out, boom, 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 foul, 2 free throws. Now it's a 7-0 run. And Denver's just caught up in a bad of pain, and I don't know, man. I feel, and I could be 150% wrong on this, But I feel like the Denver Nuggets this year, too many times, when they get leads, they go into conserve energy mode. And I don't think that's
well.
good.
Let me ask you a question on that.
Bad.
Is killer instinct a cliche or is it a real thing?
Real thing.
Absolutely. Again, I'd be curious Scott's thoughts on it. I do think it's something that can be learned.
Killer instinct can be learned?
Yeah.
If you're around other people that have it.
Yeah, for sure. And it goes in the opposite direction as well. It's like the old saying, you are who you surround yourself with. I do think when you're surrounded by players that don't have that killer instinct, sometimes you kind of let go of your edge a little bit. But when you see others with it, it's captivating. It's contagious. It's like a virus that just spreads. That you want to be a part of it. And I don't know why there are certain players that have it out the gates. And whether that was taught to them when they were young kids, it probably was. It was probably something they were taught as young kids, whether it's from their parents or their mentors or their coaches. But other players, they need to be taught it from others.
Can you be a great player and not have a killer instinct?
Probably not.
You got to have something. I don't know, killer.
You could just be more talented.
I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna go in the basketball world, and Tyler, you can go in the football. I'm gonna give you the greatest of all time guys, and maybe this is where LeBron has slipped, but maybe it's just because he's played too many years now and he's lost it a little bit. But did you ever see a game where you thought Michael Jordan was going to let up?
No, I think he has an unbelievable killer instinct. I can tell you who I think.
How about Kobe Bryant?
I was lucky enough. We were all lucky enough to watch Kobe in person many times, and unbelievable killer instinct.
Larry Bird,
unbelievable, highest level you can imagine.
Magic Johnson,
he's got it in spades. He's unbelievable. He's got so much
I think
of it.
You go down the list, and these guys that are just unique. But I'll even throw one. I saw an interesting thing the other day. How about Dennis Rodman?
More of just a talent. Like, I mean, he had
I think he didn't have the talent.
The talent,
but he had the killer instinct. He
had. How about he had a? I'm going to die in this game before I let you beat me.
Nathan MacKinnon.
I think he's got it.
I do too.
Cale Makar.
I don't know.
Okay. Russell Westbrook.
Yeah.
Jamal Murray.
I think so.
Nikola Jokic.
I thought so.
Why did you say that in the past tense?
Well, because I don't think his body's allowing him right now. So, yeah, I think he does.
Yeah, I mean, but that's the thing. Like you can still have the killer instinct. Sometimes the talent or injuries will prevent you from accomplishing it.
I think the Nuggets are lacking in that right now. I don't know how else to put it. I think they're a very talented team. I think they could do damage. But if you're telling me killer instinct is not a cliche.
No, they absolutely don't have the killer instinct this year. And that's what we were talking about the first segment of the show. This team feels so different than what we're accustomed to. They've had that killer instinct in the final 5 minutes of games for years and years. And what was the stat you guys brought up earlier in the final 5 minutes? They're 14-14.
14-14.
Yeah. No, that's a team that is missing the killer instinct this year.
Yeah, they and listen, I'll just say this, and most of those guys I've mentioned, maybe Kobe and Jordan are different, but I think Dirk Nowitzki had it in his career for a while. Tim Duncan had it in his career for a long time. But if you go back late in their careers and now their bodies have gotten older, Dirk and Duncan, their mindset was like that, but they physically couldn't do it. I'm not so sure that at this time,
age catches up to
early on,
of course,
that I'm not so sure that Murray's and Joker's body can do it right now.
Well, they're 29-31, so that's a bummer because you're close enough to your prime. You're certainly not over the hill at 29-31, whatever Murray is. He might be 28 too. I don't even know. Something like that. But they're roughly around that age. But are you telling me their bodies are worn out? Are their physical bodies worn out to have the effective ability to match their killer instinct?
Listen, are there not days on rides when you feel like you could go all day, and then there's days on ride you go, dude, I don't even know if I could go a mile today.
All the time. Happened more often when I was like running and I was in my 30s and whatever and running marathons, but sure.
You were in your prime.
There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it. I remember when I ran the Chicago Marathon, I felt like, for me, light as a butterfly. And when I hit the 20-mile mark, it was like nothing. Nothing. I've never had so much confidence in my life in running a distance. I could have gone for another 20 miles after that race. And there have been times that running around the corner at 56.5, it's just a different feeling, period. It's not the same. But I know what you're talking about. So who are these guys then? What's going on here? Like, where are we at? And if I'm questioning the kill. I'll tell you this, watching that Canada game, those Canadian guys out on that ice, all of them that were out there, were going to step in front of a freaking bus before they quit. Now, they did not have that in the first period for whatever reason, okay? They did not have it. And then they found themselves down. But if you really to watch that game, the Canadians dominated the finish had no chance. So it wasn't that like MacKinnon and Rantanen don't, although I question Mikko Rantanen's killer instinct, actually. I actually do question that. I actually don't question MacKinnon's killer instinct. Look what MacKinnon has done, guys, in terms of huge moments. This guy has multiple games where he's had the game-winning goal in championship moments. All right? I don't know about Mikko. Mikko's a bit of a question mark. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let me give you some news I heard yesterday. The new kid from CU, the Nuggets just signed.
KJ Simpson. Yeah.
KJ Simpson.
Yeah.
Somebody asked somebody upstairs why. He said, this dude, he's a little undersized. They said he's got to up his three-point percentage. He said he doesn't need to be stupid, but if he can be shooting around 35, 36, the Nuggets think there's something development-wise that they may have something there.
Really?
But you know what they liked him? He said, this joker competes.
Yeah.
He doesn't quit. He goes at you, and he doesn't care, who you are. Well, would you say just from hearing that right there that kid may have killer instinct?
I want somebody with the ball in their hand at the end of the game wants to have that ball in their hand. I'll tell you this: if you were to watch
make the right play,
when you watch Quad God not come through, and you watch Alyssa Liu do what she did, there's a difference in terms of a killer instinct and confidence and making this thing seem easy. And right now, the Nuggets are making everything look hard. Everything look hard.
That's a great line. I may use that tonight. That's a great line. I'm going to ask David Adelman something about that, Darren. That's a right now. It looks like everything you guys do, you're making it looks hard for you guys.
Correct.
That's a great line.
I'll tell you this: KJ Simpson hit that bucket for CU against Florida, man. I mean, it wasn't that long ago where this cat. An 102-100 game, by the way, which is crazy that CU beats Florida. CU beat Florida, and KJ Simpson hit that bucket.
Right.
Okay. There's something about having that in your back pocket. But we all know Jamal Murray made a shot, okay? We get it. The problem with Jamal is too often we're waiting until that fourth quarter. And he hit a miraculous three-pointer, Scott, last night to even keep them in the game. Okay? I mean, that was a bonkers shot. Yeah. And the Nuggets were helped out with an idiot foul. I mean, you got to be kidding me. Who was that for the Clippers, man? I forget who that was.
The Canadian, wasn't it?
Oh,
was it Canadian or was it Mathurin or was it
I don't know who it was. Anyways, whoever it was like Dieter stupid, if you know what I'm talking about.
By the way, Dan, did you find our Dieter sound?
Oh, Dan's been run around from Saturday Night Live. Pet My Monkey Dieter. Search it, you'll find it. Pet My Monkey.
Dieter. Would you like to pet my monkey?
Saturday Night Live Dieter. Pet My Monkey. You'll find it. There won't be any curse words. It's Saturday Night Live.
I might need a copy of that.
Yes. Anyways, I think that Canada was determined to. That's what I saw today. Sometimes talent just outweighs it all. But I am relating this to the Nuggets right now. The more that I talk about with the Nuggets, the more pissed off I'm actually getting. I shouldn't. I should just calm down. But right now they're wasting their talent. And if we're just going to sit back and say, well, we need Aaron Gordon to come back, isn't that convenient? You had a 10.
No, I think that would help. But you're right. There's nothing you're saying right now, except there's a caveat. And I know David says all the time, we're not in the excuses now. And I've been trying to tell you guys this for weeks. I told you this, I believe, watching that All-Star Weekend. Joker ain't right. Joker ain't right. He may be at 75%.
All right, but not to be a jerk here, Scott, but was he wearing a uniform?
No, I get you.
All right.
I get you.
All right.
So was Dirk Nowitzki at the end of his career, but, eventually injury or age catches you a little bit.
Okay.
It may be a temporary thing, but here's what it shows you that I think you're missing. And you said this a while ago. They played better without him for a while, right?
Yeah.
Where are those guys now? They're still getting time.
Yeah,
where are they now?
That's another thing.
Where Strother and Bruce Brown had a great first half. Where were they in the second
Disappeared.
half?
And this is why, listen, man, I understand what the problems were with Russell Westbrook, but let me tell you what some of the answers were. That cat competed every second he was in the court. And like he said, sometimes I make it, sometimes I miss it. Sometimes it's a three, sometimes it's a turnover. You know what I'm saying? But that dude, listen, Bruce Brown had a decent game yesterday. He had a good game, but he ain't bringing the same juice that he did when they won a championship for whatever reason. Cam Johnson, he does a good podcast. Okay, I don't see the fire with him, but fine. Peyton Watson was dropping 30 points a game when he was in there. We kind of missed that. That'd be nice. And Jamal's Jamal, but you got two. I really don't want to hear it. You got two All-Stars on your team. You have two 10-point leads. Win the game. That's it. It's pretty simple. And I'm juxtaposing, Scott, what we saw last night with the Nuggets to what we saw with Team Canada today.
Right.
Oh, my God. It couldn't be more different. So right now, what do I have more hope for? A Stanley Cup. Because why? The guys who came through in the clutch for Canada are coming back to play for the Avs. That's sitting out just, doing diddly in an all-star game. You might as well gone to Costa Rica with Raj.
Is he there?
Maybe the NBA ought to do a Four Nations-like thing for the All-Star Weekend instead of worried about All-Stars and say, hey, we're going to have
they just tried, didn't they?
Serbian, true South American, true North American team.
That's what I said when we were talking about this, Scott. That's what I thought was missing, is that there's not the individual country pride in it. Team versus the world, or USA versus the world, is not the same as USA versus Canada versus whatever.
And you know what would be awesome? Sure, there's Serbian players in the NBA, but bring in the 8 guys who don't play in the NBA to play on that team against the NBA guys.
That would actually be cool. That'd be really cool.
That happen.
Now, NBA might not want to risk that, but
of course they wouldn't want to risk it. And listen, I'm fired up for Team USA. They're up 1-0. It's awesome. John Mitchell is going to join us, which is fantastic. Coming up here, there's 4 minutes to go in the first dance, so he's coming on between the first and second. And then we'll try to get, so we can't get a hold of Moj. That is so funny. We'll try to get a hold of Moj at some point.
He's taking a nap right now.
I don't know what he's doing right now. You think he's taking a nap and not watching Team USA? Really?
Well, hey, listen. He probably forgot. He has his DVR set, so he got a routine. Takes a little nap between 11 and 2.
Hey Dan, did Moser pick up or did he just ghost you?
I just haven't heard back from him yet.
Okay, he's ghosting you. Well, maybe he'll respond between periods. Listen, I get it. This is an intense game. We're watching with you. We appreciate it. And we'll have John Mitchell. We'll have no dumb questions. We'll answer all the problems. Mr. Pibble is fine. Sum that up. Mr. Pibble's good.
Good news is Dieter heard about it. Dieter heard that his name was getting soiled on the radio as he deserved.
Oh, how's that going?
How many days was Fruity Pebbles missing?
Scott, we can't talk about details like that right now.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, Scott.
But, did you not happen to notice hamster poop all over your house?
No, I did not. Okay, thank you very much. Hamster poop is very small, and they hide it in the corners very well.
This is PhD. We cover
There's
it all.
certain details of this story that just don't need to come out.
Well, not that, especially if Dieter's listening.
Yeah, no, we know Dieter's out there.
Jeez, it's 925.
Would you like to pat my monkey?
Is your love language money? Maybe you're not feeling the love with your current financial advisor. Call Trajan Wealth today and get a free consultation. This is Tyler here, and I've talked about Trajan Wealth for a while, but now I'm actually a client, and let me tell you, they made retirement planning simple. No pressure, no confusing jargon, just clear, honest advice from fiduciaries who put your goals first. Guys, I walked away from my meeting feeling fantastic. I felt confident, more prepared, and honestly relieved. They made it so simple. They came up with a customized game plan that revolves around my family, my needs, my finances, and I know what my future is going to look like. If you've ever wondered if your plan could be better, get a second opinion from my friends over at Trajan Wealth today. Call 303-900-1189. That's 303-900-1189 or TrajanWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
U.S. is on the power play right now against Slovakia. They're up 1-0, 57 seconds to go. We'll see if they can manufacture something here. The power play in Olympic play has been not exactly what the Avalanche does, because it's been incredible and productive almost for all the teams. And it has been kind of comical to see how great the U.S. That's it, bang, they just scored. Tage Thompson. As I'm talking about how great the power play is, Tage Thompson blasts in a slap shot, and that's 2-0 U.S. right like that.
By the way, these Slovakian uniforms, they're very confusing at the very beginning. They look awfully American, don't they?
The color palette is probably driving Vic Lombardi nuts. It looks like the same uniform.
It really does.
Yeah, I mean, it could easily be Team USA's uniform. What a blast from Tage Thompson, short side.
Gosh,
very similar.
That was a beaut, Clark.
Very, very similar to MacKinnon's goal to give the Canadians the win right there. Just short side, fractions of inches, man. It is crazy. But that feels like that's going to be the, I don't know about Slovakia from this point on. John Mitchell joins us. Hey, Mitchie, thanks for joining us. We just saw Tage bury it on the power play. These games have been unreal. What's been your take so far on the Olympics and the hockey action?
Like you said, they've been unreal. They've been incredible. I don't usually enjoy getting my nerves flowing like that early in the morning, to be quite honest. But, man, does it sure make you feel alive. And obviously, I'm from Ontario, Canada. I'm a Canadian guy. So, watching Canada come back kind of and find a way to win back-to-back games to get to the gold medal game. I mean, it's obviously a proud moment, and it's great for hockey. And then again, on the flip side, the U.S., their biggest test obviously was kind of 2 days ago when they had to play Sweden. And, obviously they kind of give up that late goal, which can sometimes be very deflating to a team going into overtime. But, they possessed the puck for much of overtime. And then obviously Quinn Hughes made a great move and kind of shot it right through Landy, unfortunately, and buried it. But again, great for the United States to win that game, because, fellas, at the end of the day, when it comes to Sunday morning at 6:10 a.m., we want to see Team USA versus Team Canada. Like that is exactly what you want. Yeah. And it's basically the same rosters of four nations from last year. And it's the last game, so who knows what could happen? There could be a full-out brawl for all we know, which probably won't happen. But could you imagine?
I could imagine Wilson fighting. I could imagine that. You know what I'm saying?
The Four Nations is that is an interesting little side story to it. It is more or less the same teams, and you got to think that carries over into this, right?
Oh, 100%, without a doubt. There is a lot of animosity between both of these countries and all the players that played in the Four Nations last year, with the United States, losing to Canada and Connor McDavid in overtime. Don't think for a second that Canada isn't they're going to want redemption. And on the flip side of that, the U.S., all they want is redemption, because winning the Four Nations last year, that's pride for your country. But winning an Olympic gold medal, that's on a whole different level, fellas.
There's not even a small part of you that said, hey, this team U.S. is playing today, they ain't that good. Maybe they just come back and we can play them instead of America. I mean, are you find yourself cheering against U.S. at all?
Absolutely not. No, because I want to see the best players in the world that are on Team Canada. And don't get me wrong, there's a lot of other really good hockey players that play on, Sweden and Finland and whatnot. But I believe just from that build-up in those games in the Four Nations last year, the world wants to see this game happen. Not only does North America want to see this game happen, the world is looking forward to watching this game Sunday.
What do you think is in the DNA of the Canadian players that has enabled them to come from behind twice in clutch situations?
Well, that's a tough one. I mean, we live and breathe hockey from, the day we are born, essentially, when you're in Canada. And it's an innate thing that you want. You want to win. You have the desire to win. And when you have a line of Connor McDavid, Macklin Celebrini,
unbelievable,
and Nathan MacKinnon.
Yeah.
Like, come on. I mean, you put those three guys out on the ice, the other team arguably shouldn't really touch the puck, and they're just gonna sit five guys back and be like, all right, we're not even gonna press up on them. We got to clog up the middle as much as we can. Keep
that's
Mitchie.
That's what Finland was trying to do. They couldn't get a shot off, bro. I mean, that was unreal for 2/3 of that game. But Canada was asleep at the switch at the beginning for some reason. I don't know why. But my God, it was a hurricane the rest of the way. But sometimes you run into that goalie, right? And you got Saros, and that's probably why you were finding some high anxiety earlier today, correct?
Well, yeah, without a doubt. Like, you're going to run into, not only are you playing the best players in the world, you're obviously going up against some of the best goaltenders on planet Earth. And for Team USA, which, I'm not going to, I don't want to jinx them for the game that they're currently playing. They're in a really good spot. They are the better team. They should come out of that game this afternoon, the victors, to go to the gold medal game. And talk about, redemption and all those things. Don't think for a second that Connor Hellebuyck hasn't been thinking about the Olympics for months and months. And then he got injured this year, and maybe his Olympic dream of in the Olympics might have been put to the wayside, but then he was able to get healthy, and now he's in the Olympics playing in a game that, if he wins, is going to send them to the gold medal. He wants redemption. He wants that game back. He wants that goal back in overtime. So, I mean, you couldn't have the stars and the story lining up better.
Who you like in the game? If that's what it becomes, let's head in that direction right now. Who do you like and why?
Honestly, it's arguably a coin flip, right? It's a coin flip, but for me, I'm going to go with Canada. Obviously, I believe they have, they've got some of the best players in the world, but then the argument, you go back, you look at Team USA, and you're like, well, yeah, they have some of the best players in the world also, right? So, I mean, the only reason I go for Canada is because I was born and raised in Canada. So I'm a Canadian, and then I'm going to cheer for Canada, but I am going to cheer for an unbelievable hockey game. That's all I want. I mean, it's, again, the nerves and what's going to be happening on Sunday morning is going to be exceptional, and it's going to be so much fun. And what a beautiful sport. What a great way to just kind of, and I think that's the last day of the Olympics too. To kind of close out the Olympics.
Yeah,
you've got the gold medal game versus Canada versus U.S. This is what you want.
Hey, now let me ask you this. Now let's transition a little bit as we get ready to start the NHL season back up soon after. It's been well documented. The Avalanche have really, really struggled on the power play, and yet if you watch these games in the Olympics, you're seeing all these great power plays, and I know they got the best of the best. That being said, can you take anything from these games as far as changes that could or might happen with the Avalanche, and what does this do for the Avalanche in their return with these guys? And let's be honest, if you go back and look at the scoring, and we talked about it yesterday, Avalanche dudes on every country are putting up points and numbers, aren't they?
Yeah, well, all the Avalanche players are scoring goals, and not only are they scoring goals, they're scoring power play goals.
Right.
It's just kind of wild, right? You're like, okay, so you guys can score power play goals. And for me, watching the power plays in these games, they simplify. There's nothing like crazy going on. You don't have 4 or 5 passes through the seam before you shoot the puck. Like, you look at Cale Makar, the first power play goal Canada scored today. This is what they've been missing: a shot from the point by Cale, and then a redirect right in front of the goalie, basically, that goes the other way. Why that's not something that is that should be emphasized a little bit more, instead of doing like the pretty, like it has to be all these perfect passes. That was a simple shot from the top with a deflection that moved about 5 feet the other way. UC Saros had zero chance at making that save. Now, it's easier said than done to shoot it from the point and get a great deflection like that. I get that, right? You've got guys blocking shots. It's hard enough to get shots on net in the NHL as it is, let alone, a shot and then a perfect tip. But Case in point, something like that. And then even when Nate scored, again, I mean, it's a great play by McDavid. I think he sauced it over, 100 sticks, it looked like, and then landed on Nate's tape. But again, Nate's just getting the puck to the net. He's shooting it. He's shooting a one-timer, and somehow it found its way in the back of the net. And then I saw another. Nate just scored a power play goal, and it went just at like elbow in the net. It was a beautiful, perfect shot. But again, it's a shot, and it's just a one-timer. It's nothing special. So for the Avs, maybe it's more about quantity over quality at this point.
All right, Mitch, we'll let you go. Enjoy the rest of the day. Enjoy your Sunday, and the Avs will be back at it. And we love your contribution, man. So we appreciate it, and enjoy.
Hey, wait, real fast. Dan, do you got any music you might want to play for Johnny for that getting ready for Sunday?
Oh, you have.
Yeah, here we go. Let's hear it.
Our little USA theme song, Dan? Do we not?
Freedom.
Fellas, it's always a pleasure. Go, Canada, go!
I get this guy
out
that
of Eagle screen
already. Get this guy out of here.
All right, Mitchie. We'll throw on. Hey, Mitchie, we'll throw on some Celine Dion for you for later.
No, we won't.
Okay. All right, thanks, Mitchie. We'll talk to you. It's PhD. Wait,
that's a great idea. That's a great idea. We got to figure out some dorky, bad
Canadian music
type sounding song so that we can talk about Canada. We throw that on.
We were giving Canada its props because we were coming on with "Spirit of Radio" by Rush, but that's a cool song. We do
need to find the dorkiest whatever. That's a good idea.
We need to find a dorky kind of.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And then we got
the lamest song of all time.
Well, who's the lamest musical artist in Canadian history?
Rush.
It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. This weekend, I want it to be spectacular for you. And sex and intimacy, love, that is a big part of it. And if that's lacking in a relationship due to erectile dysfunction, it's understandable. It's a bummer for sure. But there is a solution, and that's the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Few things are more wonderful in life than intimacy, and ED can get in the way. That is for sure. They have treatments with success rates well over 90%. So if the pills or herbals really just aren't doing it for you, think about what they can do for you with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Schedule a consult today. Their phone number is 720-440-7900. Schedule that. That initial visit's only $99. You get a consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider, a TNPSA test, if advised, a test dose. If it doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They've got an expert staff. Like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. Again, that phone number is 720-440-7900. 5 locations up and down I-25. Find them at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Oh, that's good. Can never surrender. So what you're saying is that Freebird by Lynyrd Skynyrd is a cooler song than Never Surrender by Corey Hart. I mean, the song is Never Surrender, so I guess that is kind of a rally cry, Never Surrender. The Canadian suggestion
is that kind of like Don't Stop Believing? Like it's already over?
It's the Canadian version of
Never Surrender.
This is like
Don't Give Up Now.
This is the other hit from Corey Hart. Of course, he has Sunglasses at Night, or you got Freebird. Now, Corey Hart did not die in a plane accident like the vast majority of Skinner did, but
we can find a Nickelback song.
We can find 10,000 Nickelback songs. We have, you could have come back with a little Baby, Baby, Baby by Bieber. I mean, that's pretty soft as well. All right, we get the idea.
I guess the counter to this Lynyrd Skynyrd song, we could play Southern Man by Neil. What's
well, it wouldn't be Neil. Yeah, Neil Young was the answer.
Yeah.
That was because Neil's Canadian. Southern Man's a pretty dope song, though. I mean, it's kind of...
Southern Man's a good song. The answer was Sweet Home Alabama.
Correct. By Lynyrd Skynyrd, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he...
back when rock and roll bands and rock and roll personalities used to fight by lyrics.
Yeah.
Now we got Drake and Method Man or whoever he's fighting.
Kendall Lamar. Close, though.
Yeah,
I mean, in the world of Scott Hastings, that's in the same possibility. Just to let you know, the second period has started. The U.S. is on the power play again. I don't even know how they got on the power play so quickly, but that's cool. And they're up 2-0. I think the U.S. is going to cruise the rest of the way in this game, and it'll set up U.S. and Canada. I just don't see Slovakia having the firepower to come back on the U.S. I think a third goal would cement it for sure. And the power plays, they almost had, it was almost 3-0 right then and there. Who's that, Matthews? Brock Nelson would be amazing.
Brock's been a stud, man.
Yeah, I don't think Brock's out there for the power play, though, for the old U.S. You got Kachuk, Matthews, Thompson. Brock ain't kind of making that cut, but that's all right. But sure, yeah, Brock would be great. So it's been fun. It's been a fun afternoon of watching things. It feels like the pressure's off here a little bit. Like I'm kind of breathing easy at this point for Team USA.
Yeah, absolutely. 2-0. You get 3-0, it could get ugly real quick.
Yeah, who's on the power play? Is it Slovakia on the power play or the U.S., Dan? What am I?
It's 4-on-4.
It's okay. That's what's going on. All right. I was a little confused there. So it's a 4-on-4 sort of. Oh, Matthews just went to the box, didn't he? So Matthews just went to the box for some reason. Okay. Yeah, there's only 6 players for Slovakia. We actually do have Slovakian fun facts for you guys. Not that you care that much about Slovakia.
Yeah, no, I woke up this morning hoping that I'd get some.
So some Slovakian fun facts?
Where are you right now, Scott?
Portland.
Oh, okay.
Dan, you want to hit us with some Slovakian fun facts, things we might not? I mean, that's one fun fact. There's only 6 guys in the NHL who are actually in the NHL from Slovakia.
Population size?
I don't know that fun fact.
Either do I.
Oh, okay. but Dan has a full list of Slovakian fun facts.
Okay.
At his disposal. Dan, are you ready to hit some of that?
Yeah, there are over 6,000.
Hold on. I thought you were going to do this in a Slovakian accent.
I was? Oh, so there's over 6,000 to 7,000 caves.
What is that?
In Slovakia.
I'm sure.
There might be a mix of Russian and.
From what I understand, that is a spot-on Slovakian accent.
Keep going.
All right,
Don't stop now.
Keep going, Dan.
Over 6,000, 7,000 caves in Slovakia.
Caves.
And more are still being discovered, making it a true cave superpower despite its size.
Somebody's getting offended somewhere right now. That's all I know.
There's no way. That's exactly what Slovakians sound like. And who knew Slovakia was a cave superpower?
Caves. Wow, that's kind of a fun. That is a fun little fact,
That's
actually. I mean, think about all the adventuring you could do in the caves.
These are Slovakian fun facts.
You can find hieroglyphs on the walls and stuff.
Dan, do you have another Slovakian fun fact for us?
Slovakia produces more cars per capita than any other country in the world.
No way.
Around 191 cars per 1,000 inhabitants, thanks to major factories like Volkswagen, Kia, and others.
I don't believe that. No way.
You're doubting our Slovakian fun
I'm
facts?
doubting. They're lying about that.
It's per
Somebody's
capita,
lying.
Tyler. Per capita.
It is
Per capita. Well, that's a dumb stat.
Well, it's a fun fact. You know, it's not the most important
Per
fact.
capita? Who cares about per capita?
He's just giving you a fun fact. With
Tell me
caves.
something cool like caves.
All right, Dan, what's another Slovakian fun fact?
Slovakia has over 1,600 registered mineral springs. Some sources say more than 1,300, fueling famous spas and thermal baths enjoyed year-round.
I feel like Dan's just doing Dr. Evil.
I'm telling you, this is a spot-on Slovakian accent right here. So mineral springs. It's like you go up to Glenwood Springs.
Everybody loves going to the spa.
Well, they got all
Slovakia
the caves.
sounds beautiful.
They got the caves and the springs and the auto plants.
Yeah.
All right,
Just go sit in some sulfur and stink for 2 weeks.
Well, that might be the Slovakian way, Scott.
Do you have their average height?
Dan, do you have that Slovakian fun fact? The
Average height in Slovak is 6'7".
No, that's a lie. That's a lie.
Well, that is tremendous. I'm surprised they're not a little bit better in basketball, but they're good in basketball.
So they were taken over by the Vikings too, is what you're telling me.
Dan, were they taken over by the Vikings?
We don't talk about that part of our history.
Okay.
We don't ask, we don't tell.
That's better last. Do you have one final Slovakian fun fact for us, Dan?
Slovakia boasts the highest number of castles and chateaux per capita in the world, with around 180 castles and 425 chateaus in a country smaller than many U.S. states.
That is fantastic. It's a great place for Dracula.
So everybody lives in a castle or a chateau that lives in Slovakia.
That is correct.
Or a cave. A cave, a castle, or a chateau.
And everybody is building a car. So everybody has a castle.
Yeah.
There's a cave near their castle where there's a mineral springs, and they all have their own cars, which they all manufactured.
And they're either driving their self-built Volkswagen or Kia.
Those are
powered by minerals.
Here's another Slovakian fun fact. They're losing 2-0 in the second period to the United States of America.
Suck that, Slovakia.
It's PhD on 92.5. All right, thank you to Mountain High Appliance. Brad, you're the best. Just to let everybody know, and find them at mountainhighappliance.com. The U.S. is on a power play. They're up 2-0. So if something happens, we'll certainly let you know as we watch the game, but we get caught up in the wonderful world of football with Dan Buds Quince Tanner. Let's football go. Or as they would say, that's what I'm talking about, Dan. Let's go.
All right, guys. Tyler, I saw you tweeting about this a couple days ago. So the Chicago Bears push for a new stadium took a meaningful step forward yesterday, opening the door for the storied franchise to leave Illinois and potentially build a new domed stadium in Northwest Indiana. So Indiana lawmakers in the State House Ways and Means Committee unanimously approved an amendment to Indiana State Bill 27 by a vote of 24-0 yesterday that would clear a path for the Bears to build a stadium in Hammond, Indiana. So I do want to tie this in with the Broncos ownership group and their new stadium. But just first, thoughts on the Bears possibly going to Indiana, and just how lucky are we here in Denver to have the ownership group that we have with the Broncos?
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it on a map, like the geography of it for both Kansas City, who is going to Missouri or going to Kansas, and for the Bears going to Indiana, it's not a huge move, right? Like they're moving a matter of miles that is not going to impact them significantly geographically. But I don't know, man. I mean, I guess my main takeaway when I saw that, you see what's going on with Kansas City. They leveraged the hell out of the States. They're able to get everything they wanted. The States lost. I don't know what's going on with the Bears. I don't know all the details of it. I've been told that Chicago is making it incredibly difficult on the team. Whatever. The takeaway for Denver fans is, gosh, are we lucky? You don't have to worry about that. You wanted to stay in Denver, you got it. You wanted to not pay for the stadium, you got it. You want to have a state of the world, state of the art stadium, you're going to have it, and it's all going to be privately funded. And it really is just nice to have wealthy owners.
Do you guys give a crap where the Chicago Bears play?
Me?
Yeah.
No.
Scott?
If I was in Chicago, I would.
But that's not what I'm asking. I get it if you're from Illinois.
Chicago, the Bears, have played in two stadiums in their entire existence. 50 years at Wrigley and the last 70 whatever at Soldier Field. So I'm sorry to see that tradition go. But I can understand why. I did see the Bears owner say, "Listen, we don't have, we're not that kind of liquid that we can just go out there and fund $5 billion or whatever new stadiums run you anymore, and we need help." He came out and said it.
Scott, I apologize. Wait. Oh, it was a goal, but they might be taking it away. Hold on a second. Boldy had a power play goal. We'll get back to the misery of the Chicago Bears fans here in a second, but are they waving that off, Dan?
They're looking at it.
They're looking at it right now, so no goal. Oh, they're waving. Oh, sorry, Scott.
Oh, the USA might challenge this, though.
You think so?
They're showing the coaches on the bench looking at the iPad.
All right, so, he kicked it in. Oh. Yeah, they should take that away. Did you see him redirect that with his foot?
Yeah, it's a kicking motion.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. It was Gensel, by the way, too, not Boldy. But, dude. He clearly kicked that in, right?
Clearly. There's no way they'd win that challenge.
All right, back to the football. The only people that seem to really care are people from Illinois. I don't know why anybody else gives a crap. Is it embarrassing, Scott? Do you care about where the Kansas City Chiefs play? Do you care if it's... Well, you're probably excited as a Kansas.
Here's the difference. Kansas City they just moved from Kansas City. I was just in Leavenworth, and Kansas City, Missouri to Kansas City, Kansas there's a sign. It's Kansas City.
Right.
So I don't think the Kansas City thing's as big a deal.
But this Hammond, Indiana is relatively close, though, to Chicago, right?
But it's Indiana.
All right. The New York...
Hey, DMac, people around here are losing their minds going from Denver to Lone Tree. Outside of you.
Yeah. Yeah. No, not me. I was all for that. You know.
Now pretend we're on the border of Wyoming, and it goes from Colorado to Wyoming.
And it's the Denver Broncos?
Yeah.
They're
All
what,
right.
Cheyenne?
I mean, I guess I get it. But, like, they were always talking about moving the Bears out of Chicago anyway, like out of, like, downtown Chicago. So does it if it moves out of Chicago, it still matters what state it's in?
To the locals, heck yeah.
Isn't the point that it's not in Chicago? Like, who gives a crap what? Like, the Jets are in Jersey, as are the Giants.
Well, I don't know the team wants to leave Chicago. They're doing what they have to do to get the best deal because their owners don't have the type of money that our owners have.
All right.
It's not that they're trying to leave Chicago.
I saw some politician in Chicago melting down, like he's just aghast by it. But then I think about Chicago politics and how crooked that has been for, like, I don't know, forever.
I know, and there is a backstory to it that I'm not fully caught up to speed on, that apparently the politicians there are making it incredibly difficult on the team.
Oh, because that's Chicago politics. I mean, it's been ridiculous for years. That's why, you know, again, we are lucky here. You know, you have these family ownerships that have owned these teams, and they're wealthy. They're all wealthy, but they're not like Walmart wealthy, right, Scott? Like, it's family money, and it's a lot compared to everybody else, but they need help.
I was looking at all the tax rates between Indiana and Illinois. The Indiana has a 3% flat tax rate. Illinois has 5%. Property tax, actually, Indiana's 0.77, 1.83. But here's the interesting. Corporate income tax, Indiana's tax rate is 4.9, Illinois is 9.5. So which area, and you're moving literally 30 miles away, which area benefits you better?
If I'm the Bears, man, I just want if I'm in ownership, I want to just be able to keep it going, you know, so I'll just go wherever I can keep it going. And if that means Indiana, that means Indiana. It happens. This one isn't being taken back. That last one was. Who got it? Jack Hughes? They're looking at it again. Slovakia's looking at it again to see if they should review this. Holy cow. What is there to be reviewed?
For what?
I don't know. An offsides, maybe? Goalie interference?
There's no goalie interference. Nobody's even close to it.
No, there's no goalie interference. Is that Jack Hughes there, Dan?
Sure, it sure was.
Jack Hughes on the power play, top shelf where Mama hides
It's
the
a good
cookies.
goal. Good goal.
That's 3-0 U.S. The goal is good. The Slovakians can't even find an answer for that in one of their millions of caves. Never mind their castles. 3-0 lead more than halfway through the second. This one's a lock. It's going to be the U.S. and Canada on Sunday morning for the gold medal. This one wasn't even this was easy. And, you know, while it's 3-0, Tyler, you might as well make it 4-0. And that's just what happened right there.
Shut up.
What happened
Shut up.
right there.
I
Yes.
looked down for 2. Shut up.
That is Jack Eichel.
What the heck just happened?
Again, I told you if it's 3-0, why not make it 4-0? And that's what they did because they were listening to me. DMac.
They dumped it off right in front.
I willed it to happen. I willed that to happen.
Because you do have magical powers.
I have magical powers.
You are a little leprechaun.
I said if it's 3, why not make it 4? And Jack Eichel backhand top shelf again. There aren't any more cookies to be hidden because the U.S. has taken them. Oh, they're actually dribbling in under the goalie's legs. Didn't go top shelf. Oh, that went under the door where Mr. Pibble escapes.
Let's replace the goaltender now.
That's where Mr. Pibble hunts for cucumbers.
Nah, he went out the top right.
Well, he escaped bottom shelf under the door, didn't he? Did he dribble under the door? Because that one... and now Slovakia is pulling their goalie. They're putting in Stanislav Skorokovic. By the way, he has a castle and a cave. It's the Stravakinic family home.
And a Kia.
And a Kia that he built. He's got a cave, a castle, and a Kia. But the United States has goals. And they're stealing Slovakian tears that will go nice with Canadian tears on Sunday morning, where the United States will battle Canada for the gold medal. This is freaking awesome. It's PhD on 92.5. Let's go. All right, well, Nate and Andy will be along here shortly enough. USA leads 4. Oh, nice save. Leads 4-0, and it's been fun and exciting as we've been sort of watching it along. But at this point, now you just like
get this thing over.
Yeah,
get home, get healthy.
Yep.
And rest for the next 39 hours.
Yeah, which should bring up, in all honesty, man, when was the last time we had something like USA Canada for a gold medal, man?
Well, it's been at least 3 Olympics, right?
Yeah.
Because Canada didn't even medal the last 2, right?
They didn't?
I don't think so.
Oh,
I don't
no
think
idea.
they even medaled. Dan, do I have that
Wait,
right?
Canada in the last 2. No, well, so the last 2 Olympics that have had NHL players, Canada's won the gold.
Oh,
Finland won last year.
So
That's
2010 and
That
2014,
tracks.
they won the gold. They haven't had NHL players in the Olympics since the Sochi Games in 2014.
Gotcha. That tracks. Yep.
The last Olympics, Finland won, I believe. They won the gold medal, I think. How's my math on that?
I can check, but it wasn't with NHL players.
Right. All right, listen, I'm just nervous for the Avalanche players. I don't want anybody to get hurt. But it looks like Gabe got through it okay, and Kivy and Lecky are all right. And
well, we're almost there, man.
Natchez is okay. So now we got 4 guys left. That's still
they're
a lot
pretty
of guys.
important guys.
Very important guys. We got McCarr, MacKinnon, Taves, and Nelson. So,
and you got to believe a guy like Landeskog, too, if he got out of that unscathed as far as injury-wise, hadn't played in a handful of games leading up to the Olympic break. So maybe this was a good way to really get into shape and get his ice under
Unbelievable.
his feet.
Wow.
Sorry, Scott.
We just like to play that over you, Scott, just so we could just stop you, you know?
It seems to happen every time you're talking, Scott. I don't know. 5-0. Another power play goal. I mean, the U.S. attack has been absolutely relentless and unbelievable on the power play. Who got that one, Dan? Do we see who that was?
I want 10. Let's go for 10.
10?
No, hey, don't shoot them all out today. Save some for Sunday.
Is that a Hughes,
I think it was Jack Hughes.
Jack Hughes, yeah.
So he got a hat trick?
Oh, man. I don't even know. Does he? Is that a hat trick for Hughes? Dan, yes, no?
I'm looking.
Okay.
I think they'd be featuring it if it was.
I think we'd see some hats on the ice if it was.
Yeah.
5-0.
Would you at the Olympics? Yeah, you would. You would.
Yeah, hell yeah.
I was Hughes' second. That was his second.
All right, I'm not saying it's boring because we've had a lot of fun with this today. It's going to be boring for Nate and Andy. It's not going to be quite as dramatic for them. But this game's somewhat of a snoozer. So the U.S. did destroy Germany. They've now destroyed Slovakia. They barely survived Sweden, right? They barely got through that one overtime. Could have been anybody's game. And they'll face Canada. And if you missed it earlier today, Canada was down 2-0 to Finland. And it took everything to get that game to go in the Canadians' direction. And Nate MacKinnon ended up winning it with a power play goal. Again, another power play goal with like 30 seconds to go in the game. So the Olympic hockey guys at this round, at this level, has been absolutely phenomenal. And this goes along with the U.S. win as well yesterday. And Alyssa Liu winning the gold medal in figure skating. It has been an awesome. I don't know, guys. There's another penalty. Holy cow! Slovakia's taking another penalty. Oh, there you are. They're out of gas in Slovakia, man. They're just kind of crazily desperate here. All right, well, there's only 23 seconds left in the period, and the U.S. will win easily. All right, boys, rank it, man. U.S.-Canada Sunday morning. Where does it sit in our sports lore? Where are we at here with this game?
Well, in terms of Olympics, I know this. There's not been a moment in the Olympics that I've been looking forward to like this.
This has a chance to be the highlight of the Olympics.
I think either way, it'll be the most memorable part of the Olympics, whether they win or lose.
Okay, from whose perspective?
Mine.
Oh, all right. Okay.
I don't know.
Well, you're certainly entitled to your own perspective. That's for sure.
Canadians and Americans perspective.
Yeah, America.
From America.
Well, I'll ask you this: we remember who won the gold medal in 1980. Who won the ice dancing or whatever it's called.
Well, that's what I was just going to
Who
say.
won ice dancing? I have no idea who won ice dancing. It wasn't an American team.
Well, what do they call the thing? What do they call it?
There's ice dancing, there's pairs, and then there's individual.
I mean, I don't mean to be a jerk here. I really don't, because I know it was a great story you told us earlier, but I can't even remember the girl's name that you were talking about.
Alyssa Liu. Unbelievable story.
But
she's
it's
the
just
one
not my
that's got
jam.
striped hair.
She
does
striped
have
hair.
striped hair,
brown
yes.
and blonde, brown and blonde striped hair.
Yeah, she's an incredible American, and she accomplished something that hasn't happened in 24 years, so that's pretty good. But U.S. has not won a gold medal in hockey in 46 years. I mean, that, and by the way, how bonkers would it be for Brock Nelson to have his grandfather win in 60, his uncle win in 80, and him win in 2026? I'm getting chills just thinking about that one right there.
And then he gets a cup.
Well, yeah, keep going, man. I mean, like, let's go. Let's go. But in terms of hockey lineage and legacy, if the U.S. were to win for the first time in 46 years and there's a Nelson attached to it, seriously, I'm getting chills just thinking about that one. That's kind of insane. I don't know if we have anything like that in American sports history.
It's a one of a kind for sure, isn't it?
3 generations winning Olympic medals. And it's not like you're in a sport where the U.S. wins medals like all the time. Like they never win. And that is actually bonkers.
And it's not like a unique individual sport either. Like you got to earn your way into a team.
Right. It's actually insane if that were to happen on Sunday morning, if Brock Nelson, if the USA pulls that off. I don't know how much that's going to be reported on, but it's bananas.
I read a bit article on it from the Athletics. I know it's people are highly aware of it.
Well, as they should be. It's one hell of a story. Woo! All right. I'm kind of pumped, guys. Sunday morning, 6:10. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Of course, we got Nuggets basketball that day, too, against Golden State, Scott. You know, you'll be waking up in San Fran.
Nope, I'm coming home tomorrow.
That game's on ESPN.
ABC game, yeah.
It's an ABC. Are you guys all coming home, or are you just coming home?
The whole TV department's coming home.
The whole TV's coming home. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Well, good. Get that win tonight in Portland. Why is tonight going to be different in Portland than last night was against the stupid Clippers?
I'm not so sure it will be. I'm hoping it will be. The last time you played here, you lost a game just like last night's, right? You had the lead in the fourth quarter, didn't hold on to it. Joker had to take a tough shot, and if it had gone in, you could have won it, and you lost.
It was funny. Katie was asking Joker about that after the game, like, all right, what about the last time you played Portland? And Joker was like, I don't remember.
Yeah.
It's a lot of games.
I don't either. I got a text from our pregame producer. Hey, we're going to have you come on and talk about that last time, that close loss in Portland last time. And I wrote, dude, other than I remember Joker missed, I have no idea what happened in that game.
Yeah, so you're in good company, apparently.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of games out there, so obviously. So, all right, well, that's tonight. Hopefully it goes better. What time is we going 8 o'clock, so we're going 7?
I think the tip is 7:13.
Okay.
Or 8:13 you guys.
Yeah. So we got pregame at 7:30 here on Altitude. 7 o'clock for you guys. You guys still doing an hour-long pregame show? You still doing that?
Yeah.
It's a long pregame show.
Yep. Yep.
Actually, it's not even an hour, right? It's an hour 13. I mean, we're going to
a little longer tomorrow.
Count all the minutes. But tonight we'll have that on the air. Yep. Portland.
How about this? So Denver has the toughest schedule coming out of the break. They've played the second most back-to-back games, only to Miami, and they'll tie them coming up. I think they have the most back-to-back games in the second half of the season. They played at 7. I'm going local time here. 7:30 last night, 7 o'clock tonight, and then is it 12:30 in San Francisco? 1:30.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Your guys.
Yes.
So 12:30. So you got 3 games in 4 nights, and tough. Yeah, we got in last night. I think I turned my light off last night at 3:40. So
Yep.
I don't have to play. I don't have to play tonight, Darren.
Are you feeling it?
But I'm feeling it.
Mm-hmm.
I'll just say that.
What was
but
the?
I got me a Gatorade over there, so I'll power me a Gatorade and make sure I'm hydrated.
I don't know how much you can tell because everybody's probably quiet and you're tired and you're traveling. But I don't know if you can tell, like the vibe on the road after that game. Anything different or same?
You know what?
Or?
You can't really tell, but it was a 2+ hour flight up to Portland. It was quiet. It was a quiet plane.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't know if that means anything.
I don't know if it means anything either. I don't know. Who knows? I watched post game. It was frustrating. It was almost like everybody's just kind of a little like disappointed. Like it wasn't like angry or anything. It was just like, man,
Well,
I
don't think the Clippers are better than you. I don't think Portland's better than you. I don't think Golden State, as currently situated, is better than you. And then you come home and you got your week, by the way, is Boston, Oklahoma City, San Antonio.
Yeah. Welcome back. Yeah. Welcome back. You're now in 4th place. Tied with the Rockets. You're 7 games back. The Spurs are kind of making a push to Oklahoma City, by the way. They're only 2.5 games back.
Who have beaten Oklahoma City twice, I think, already, right?
Yeah, I think what's going on is, listen, I hope Nikola wins the MVP this year. I think he could easily. But Victor Wembanyama is about to go on a roll here, guys. Like,
go on.
It's like an MVP sort of role. Like, like a. I got you. He's already playing unbelievable, right? No, I get it. But you know what I'm saying? Like,
yep.
I think we're about to have the passing of the torch. Winning 4 MVPs is absurd.
And a different style, kind of big, right?
He does it all, man. I mean, if you're a big and you can't handle the ball, you got to handle the ball. And he can handle the ball. And he is. Did you see what he did, by the way, when he was out with blood clots? Like where he went to recover and how he did it?
No, I do remember he would. It was something radical, but I don't remember the full story.
Scott, did you catch that?
Like some ballet stuff and a lot of yoga stuff.
Well, that's a part of
martial arts.
Well,
stuff.
yes, it was martial arts in China. Like he went and hung out. I think it was like with Buddhist monks. So he went to find himself in a spiritual way, and he did study martial arts, and he studied along a bunch of Buddhists, and the Buddhists.
I'm a little bit confused on what that's supposed to have to do with the blood clots, but
no. Well, he had time off. He had to recover from it. So not only did he go to physically heal, in terms of what he describes it was a sort of a mental sort of coming around to what he needs to be with his body and his mind.
A reset.
And it was funny. I was just looking at him in the All-Star game and like, oh my God, this guy's got muscles where he didn't have muscles before. Like he's still skinny. He'll
like
always
Zach
be.
Bean.
Well, that's another story.
Hey, don't ask questions.
You want to go down that road?
No, I think I love it. Way to go, Zach.
I had a buddy of ours who now lives out of state reach out to me and like 45 pounds in 5 months, huh? And I'm like, that's the story. Eat your protein, Hey, I'm here. You look fantastic, pal. Yeah. By the way, you brought it up. This is Nolan Arenado earlier today against the Rockies in his first at bat ever as a Diamondback.
No red, but Nolan drives it to left. It's got some carry to the wall. Goes Veen, and it's out of here.
That's Nolan Arenado. It's the free game on MLB TV today if you guys are interested. The Rockies are actually winning this one, 2-1. They're winning right now, if you care about your Rockies baseball. Andy,
nope.
You care about our Rockies baseball?
Nope.
Hey, I'm sorry. It's boring for you guys now. It could have been unbelievable for you and Nate. It's
What's
5
that?
It's 5-0 U.S. over Slovakia.
Oh no! Guess what? We get to do a drinking game. We'll get it all fired up. Canada U.S. drinking game for the 6:10 a.m. start time of the gold medal game here.
Yeah, buddy.
Excited for that?
You ready?
I'm
excited for the replay.
You're not going to watch that. All right, hold on. Topic. Will you set your alarm for USA Canada?
No.
Wow, Dan?
Absolutely.
Tyler?
You're the guy that used to get up and watch EPL at the British Bulldog then early, didn't you?
I would have no. I'm 100%. I won't even have to set my alarm. It'll be easy to be up for this one. But yeah, Scott, will you set your alarm to watch USA Canada on Sunday morning?
No, he's going to be in Golden State, man. He may just be landing.
You missed it. He's coming home. The game's
Oh,
nationally.
really?
He'll be here. He'll be here.
Good for him.
Yeah.
The answer is no, but I'll probably be up between 6:15 and 6:30.
All right, all right, hold on.
I will probably flip it on. Yes.
How about this? Metaphorically, are you setting your alarm? Meaning, is this game important for you to watch live? Yes or no?
No.
I'm trying to separate the difference in that question.
I'm just saying, does this game? Are you
gonna watch the game? Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm not gonna get up early and do it though.
Oh, I gotcha. So it's not that important. No, I got you.
Brother,
It's not that important.
I'm not going to change my stance. I'm stressed out to the hill. I want to know what's wrong with MacKinnon because he's battling something.
Oh, so you're still not digging any of this? You're still staying where you've been the whole time?
I just want everybody home and healthy and ready to get after it.
Andy's a little bit of a wet blanket on this today.
Listen, Andy wants a Stanley Cup.
Andy's talking about himself in the third person.
Andy is now that you brought it up. Yeah, I guess, you can call me Andy. I don't need to, but I'll stay there. Why not?
All right. So
I'm still trying to get over your like Swiss Dutch version of a Slovakian.
Dan Tanner,
guy
you
in
mean?
there.
Yeah, Dan,
who
wasn't he
sounded
great?
more like Goldmember's dad.
That was the best thing Dan's ever done.
Oh, you didn't like that, Andy?
No, I think it's funny. I just don't think that's Slovakian.
It was spot on from what I understood.
Thought you should have gone and got out the interview with the vampires stuff and then tried to grab that accent is all I'm saying, my man, when we prep.
We had a lot of people texting in. It sounded Swedish.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
yeah,
hold
there's more of that.
Hold on. Do you have any more fun facts, Slovakian fun facts, Dan? If he and the music would help too. I don't know if you've got that or not. I mean, we're kind of stressing them out. Do you have any more Slovakian fun facts?
I do.
All right. Well, okay. Give him a second.
You do?
And we'll see if this is Swedish or spot on Slovakian.
Just give me 2 seconds.
Here's what I think is funny.
What's that?
Everyone has said Slovakian, and you insist on saying Slovakian the way Nate says slalom. What is going on with you two?
Slovakian? What am I saying?
Slalom?
Am I saying Slovakian?
He said slalom.
Slalom like a slam.
Like we couldn't get him to stop it. Ask him when he comes in here to say slalom. No, you're saying Slovakian. Do you even know that you're doing it? You kept saying Slovakian.
Slovenia.
Slovenia is a different country.
Oh, okay.
No.
Same accent.
Well, maybe.
That can't be a different country. No way.
Slight nuances. Dan, tell us, are you ready now? We've given you a couple seconds.
In medieval times, Slovakia, then part of Kingdom of Hungary, was a major gold and silver mining center, providing up to 40% of the world's
you are
gold
getting German. You're not a little more
of its
German.
silver
Yeah.
in the 15th century.
Look, I love the effort. Please be clear. I do love the effort.
I don't think you do.
No, I do.
You didn't even let him finish about the gold and silver
Because
mining.
all I'm hearing now is German. I don't care about the facts. I'm judging the accent. I'm not even hearing the words.
No,
I'm hearing
but they got
I'm hearing
cool
the talking.
caves, dude.
I
And
did
they
hear
got
about
hot
that.
springs coming out of the caves.
Caves? Are they? Is that where everybody goes to do the cave
There's
climbing? Have
UFO
you seen this
hieroglyphs
where
in 'em?
people go down the caves? They
Yes, it's Slovakia.
No, but I mean where it gets so narrow and they're still trying to get through these stupid caves.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
That's Slovakia.
That makes me want to throw up just watching the video.
Yeah.
No, I get anxiety inside the cave.
You know what I
lids.
mean?
Yeah.
You know, we were talking about movies that stressed you out. Did you watch Free Solo?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
What is that guy doing?
I'm like, you're going to die.
I mean,
He's up there like a mountain goat. And even the mountain goat's like, I don't know, it's pretty steep. And these guys, I'm going to keep climbing.
You saw Skyscraper, right?
No.
Oh, you didn't hear
kidding
it? Do you
me.
know what it is?
No.
Oh, my gosh. It just came out a couple weeks ago.
The same guy that did Free Solo, Alex Honnold,
Yeah.
climbed up a huge building in Chinese Taipei. He soloed outside of a skyscraper.
Was he okay, though?
You know what? Don't spoil it.
But
he
they
might have died, Andy.
But they did it live.
No,
they did the whole
Andy,
thing live. It was like
he-
watching Evel Knievel. Like they broadcast the entire thing
Live?
Live. No safety nets. Now they said that the thing was like it was one of the easier climbs he could ever do for him, skill set wise. But from a viewership perspective,
Wait,
I was.
How does Andy not know this?
I don't know.
Andy, he's now as flat as a Swedish pancake.
Okay. Well, we did. You know, I bring it up because people People were texting in when we brought up some free solo a while ago that he was dead, that he had fallen and died. I was like, I don't think so.
Yeah, because they're giving you a hard time because you're the one person on earth that doesn't know about this.
That did watch Skyscraper? Well, good
I'm
to know.
actually
What a hell of a
stunned.
movie. Did it win a Grammy?
We got one last Slovakian
It's
fun
not even
fact.
a Grammy.
Go ahead, Dan.
A quirky cultural superstition to Slovakia: you should never clink glasses with beer when toasting. It's considered bad luck. However, wine and spirits are fine for clinking.
All right.
See, now I can't decide if you're Swedish or German. You almost sound too friendly. You know what I love too? All these like Eastern Bloc countries, they've got these like daunting, dark anthems that just sound foreboding.
Oh, yeah.
Because, Nate loves to play Jokic's home anthem from Serbia, and it sounds the same way.
Yeah, it's
like, all right, whoa, what are we conjuring
when
here?
your entire country is made up of caves, castles, and Dracula.
And Kia.
Is Kia? I heard Scotty say that. Is Kia really a Slovakian deal?
You're going back to another Slovakian fun fact.
I had to get my one McDonald's hamburger while I think he gave us that fact.
All right, Dan, you got the Slovakian fun fact about cars?
Slovakia produces more cars per capita than any other country in the world, around 191 cars per 1,000 inhabitants, thanks to major factories like Volkswagen, Kia, and others.
I thought Volkswagen was German.
Yeah, but they got plants. There's Volkswagen
About
plants
the
in
factories,
America.
Andy, factories.
Yeah,
No, you're right.
It's probably a little cheaper there in Slovakia.
Toyota's got a lot of factories here.
Yeah. It's all about where you can build things and cheap wages and blah, 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 blah.
So-
Is Nate here today?
He's on his way.
Okay.
Seriously, dude, the Friday traffic, how I know that we're pretty alone in the 5 o'clock hour anymore, he's right behind you. Dude, the 3 o'clock
The 3
hour
o'clock
is more
traffic-
daunting on C470
3 o'clock
than we
traffic's-
deal with it. Yeah.
3 o'clock traffic's out of control.
I'm telling you, the 3 o'clock, everyone's like, at peace. Hey, I'm out. I did my thing this week. I will watch an 11 o'clock replay of that game versus a 6:15.
I am blown away, but because just as a sports fan with one of the more historical moments in sports happening at 6 o'clock on Sunday, to me that is such a no-brainer to be awake for that and watching that live.
Listen, pal, I'm not going to take criticism from a guy that likes to watch the red zone and only catch touchdowns.
You don't like the red zone. You don't know about.
I like a full football game.
You don't like Skyscraper. You don't want to wake up to watch the U.S.
I didn't know Skyscraper existed. How can I may go seek it out now. I'm done with True Detective. I need something else.
I am blown away that somehow, with the media attention that event got, it escaped your radar somehow.
When did they do it?
A couple weeks ago.
Yeah, I don't know. I've been checked out. No.
Dan, am I wrong on that? Is Andy the only person in the world that doesn't know Alex Honnold climbed up a skyscraper?
I didn't know that.
Holy cow. All right, am I Nate? Were you aware that Alex
I knew. I saw the videos, yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
Scott, you knew? We talked about it.
I knew it when you said it, yeah.
Yeah, had you not said it, he would not have known.
What?
No.
I wasn't the only media source on this event, guys. I'm
not
just letting
saying
you know.
that you were.
There's like a billion people
I just
that watch
feel
this
like
thing.
different things interest you and I at times. That's all.
I'm pretty sure I'm with like the majority of
Okay,
human
I'll give
beings
it to
on
you.
this
All
one.
right.
You know, Nate, will you make it?
You also love the Tour de France. I could care less. Tell me who wins.
I gotcha. I understand the niche nature of the tour. I get it. I'm not bugging you with that one. The guy climbed up a skyscraper and the world was talking about it.
You know what? I'm not like the world when Jack Ruby got plugged on national TV. I don't need to see if a guy dies right in front of me. By the way, did you see?
Killer Jack Ruby reference.
How about that? Well, you know what?
That is
I will tell you. I stole it.
Pun intended.
Hey, I stole it from Dennis Leary where he said, we saw a guy get nailed on national. We never turned off the TV again. That's how it got so popular.
No. More references from 1963,
You'll take
please.
that. Hey, by the way, speaking of scary, things I don't want to see, did you watch? So I had popped on the Canada game, and
great game.
I guess they like went to intermission or something, or maybe this is before the start of the U.S. game. They had a short track racing going, speed skating.
Yeah, that's fun.
Man, a lady caught it in the eye. Ooh. They had a wreck.
Blood?
Yes.
Oh,
well,
I missed this.
They went full anti-NFL. I mean, they went wide shots.
Yeah.
One of our skaters got disqualified.
Did they pull out a blanket like they
Yes,
do at the
they-
Kentucky
they-
Derby
yes.
and put her down on the ice?
Well, no, they didn't do that.
Plugged her right
But they
there.
did have a
like Jack
blanket.
Ruby.
They had to take her off on a stretcher with multiple medical.
I'm
there.
I'm sorry to make fun of that.
But hey, let's be funny. Hey, maybe let's watch the guy fall off the skyscraper.
that
What a
sounds-
great event. Why would I not turn it?
That sounds
Hey,
terrible.
listen, were you rooting for that or were you rooting for him to get to the top? Because now I'm not so sure. Now I think you're a morbid person.
Everything with Alex Honnold in his life is about will he die? And that is
Is he still married to the gal from the movie? Do you know?
Yeah, they got kids now. They got 2 kids. Yes, they're married. They live in Vegas. They got 2 kids. He's still married to her. She's cute.
He seems like he'd be a
tough guy.
Tough hang. You know what I mean?
Oh, he's like super. He's very on the spectrum.
Oh,
very much so.
You got that from Free Solo.
Oh, without a doubt.
Yeah.
But he's incredible.
Oh, yeah.
I'll give him that.
He's that too.
I mean, I don't want to participate in your sport, but he's hey, game recognizing game. Every time he doesn't die, I'm impressed.
I'll give him a salute, but I ain't trying to watch it live. Let me know the result.
The anxiety. Well, you watched Free Solo, and your palms.
Well,
were
I
probably
figured
sweating.
we wouldn't have made this movie if it didn't end up the right way.
Were you sweating when he was doing the karate
Hell
kick?
yeah.
When he was doing the karate kick?
Yeah,
And it was like-
hey, Andy, if you wouldn't have made it, it'd have been the name of the movie would have been Free Solo, sorta.
Jeez.
All right,
Scotty, real quick before we let you go. We'll let DMac get out. Hey.
No, go.
No, go ahead.
No, go.
Hey, go ahead.
I'm leaving.
Hey, did you ever listen when Stout did that? Have you ever caught Stout when he really gets his jersey going and he sounds like my cousin Vinny guy from
My Cousin Vizzy?
Who's the guy? Pesci, Joe Pesci.
Yeah.
But he just Stout with his go ahead.
Go ahead.
You can't just say go ahead.
No, I
It's,
got, I got nothing. The U.S. is kicking ass
No,
over Slovakia. You want to get into depressing Nuggets talk? That sounds good.
Well, I mean, look, Free Solo.
I mean, we did it for the better part of 3 hours. So
Scotty, was there a coach a problem at the end? You kind of when Cam Johnson let his guy go down the floor. That was the last basic commentary I heard before I turned it off and went to bed. What I was just thinking, the way you talked about it, I'm like, doesn't Adelman have to coach that different? You seem pretty not psyched about how that last sort of defense went down.
Well, we asked him that question in the post game while you were counting sheep, and he said he and
Jokic,
Cam had talked about how they were going to play it.
Yeah,
they were going to switch it. Instead of switching it, Joker stayed with Lope or whoever went to the middle. Collins, I guess, went to the middle, and his understanding was that Cam would now stay back with
Lopez. Which, if they discussed it, if it was discussed, then
it's like discussing it with Andy Lindahl.
Exactly. If it was discussed, then what were we doing right there? Because I walked away in disgust from that play right there.
All you got to do is the ball's got to go back towards their baseline.
Yeah.
And they had 4 seconds left on the 8-second clock to get it over half court.
Yeah, it's there's 5 of you, there's 5 of them. Everybody defend a guy. Let's do that a little bit better. Again, the late game execution was absolute puke. And Scotty, Jokic and Jamal just were both terrible last night. That there's no kinder way to say it. Like you looked around the lineup last night. I thought Christian Brown played well. He really shut down Kawhi. Like, he did a good job. Cam Johnson, if you ignore the fact that he didn't stop anybody all night, like, he played well. Strother played well last night. Brucey B played well last night. There was a lot of good things out there. It's just, the 2 all-stars looked awful and were most of the night, and that's why you lost.
Bruce and Strother were fantastic
the
first half. And when you needed a big shot from one of the 2 of them in the third and fourth quarter, you didn't get them. But they are who they are.
Right.
Joker and Murray were absolutely horrendous through 3 quarters. Then Joker had 22 and 12 in the fourth quarter.
Yeah, you woke up. As did Jamal.
But I said this on our show. I don't think he's right. He doesn't look right.
Nope.
He doesn't look in shape.
Nope. Jacking up threes again last night. What was he, 0 for 6?
I gave you the numbers, on our show, before the injury, 29. Now he's averaging 24. He was shooting 68 in the paint. Now he's shooting 60. He was shooting 44%, almost 45% from three. He's shooting 27.
I'll tell you the other one, Scotty. I looked at the turnovers today. The turnovers.
Yep. He's got 22 in the last 3 games.
Yeah, they're up, and they're a problem right now.
Scotty, let me ask you this, because and this will be the last one. I know you probably need a little nap before you got the game tonight. But Nate and I have talked about it. I feel like he's also kind of like, would Adelman be better served instead of trying to get him in? Like, Adelman seems pretty set on this new minutes restriction thing where he's trying to get him in with 5 minutes left. And I just don't feel like he's back in his lather by then, or not maybe back in his rhythm. You even talked about rhythm of certain guys last night. I think you guys talked a little bit about it during the game. Like, would it be better to, however you got to manage it through the first 3 quarters, fine, but get him back in by that 8-minute mark or whatever, so he can. I just don't feel like he's back in his flow sometimes by the last, these 2-minute situations that we've seen kind of fail lately.
Well, he came back with 7+ in the fourth quarter.
Yeah,
last
7:26. I think he's just crapping out at the end of games.
At
least he was last night.
I don't think he's in good shape.
Yeah.
I think, and I said this also, we're so used to Superman Nikola Jokic, and that's what he was, MVP Nikola Jokic before the injury, and we think and expect he's just going to come back and be Superman again, and we lose sight of the fact that he was out 16 games and 5.5 weeks of play. And, when it's a lower body, and I put this on air, and I put this on CB, I'll put it on Peyton Watts when he comes back, Cam Johnson, Nikola. When you've got a lower body injury, how are you staying in shape?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a good call, man.
You're not doing anything.
Yeah.
And they don't practice.
Right.
So,
I know Adelman talked to you guys about that, right? Yesterday, he talked about the fact you don't get a chance to do anything with the way the schedule's set up.
You never really get to do anything. The All-Star grade is cool for all us fans. Oh, we got, 7 times, blah, 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 8-time All-Star, whatever. But I would have rather him had 9 straight days of doing nothing.
I agree with you. I wish he would have gone.
And the All-Star guys, when they go to All-Star, when they go to wherever it was in L.A. this time, they schedule something. You do not have downtime.
Mm-hmm.
You have hospital visits. You have camps, NBA camps you run. You have 2 little mini practices that are just photo ops. You have interviews from all, the hoard out networks that you gave, that you took their money from. And it's not restful. They have to go
be shoe company employees for a couple of days.
Yeah, and then you play Sunday, you get back. I'm assuming he left Sunday night. You got Monday, and then you got one day, and then Tuesday you're at practice again.
Well,
and Wednesday you're on an airplane to go play on Thursday.
To go right back where you came from, frankly, right? You guys had talked about that's where they were all weekend. So.
Yeah, I worry about, for the first time in his career, I just don't think he looks jokerish.
No, I would agree with you. Now, you guys kind of mentioned it. I thought the last couple shots, Jamal finally kind of felt himself again.
Yeah.
But, man, what is that, the third opportunity he's had to hit 3 free throws to put it to overtime, and he couldn't do it?
Twice in the Detroit game, and then last night.
Yeah, the Detroit game happened, and then last night, and he missed the last one. And by the way, he got iced by his own damn coach. Like there was a massive substitution. I clocked it.
Oh, you're right.
I went back and rewatched it
in.
today. Right. He stood at the line for 35 seconds in front of the wall.
I didn't even think about that.
Got completely iced out. And again, it's Jamal Murray. He would never say that as an excuse. He's a career damn near 90% free throw shooter. But also, like, what are we doing this substitution for before the most important free throw of the entire game, doing a mass 3-man substitution, and it took 35 seconds for him to get the ball back in his hands? It was not a well-coached game last night. Scotty, we're going to be yelling about it for the next 3 hours. You got a big broadcast tonight. Go get him, my friend.
All right, boys.
All right, Scott Hastings joining us from the Pacific Northwest, the Nuggets and the Blazers tonight. You'll, of course, listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Yeah, Andy, there was a lot of bad last night, and there's three guys that have to get called to the carpet for that performance and that loss on the road against the Clippers. And guess what? It's pretty much the three most important people in the entire organization. Nikola Jokic, Jamal Murray, and David Adelman. We're talking about them next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How's your love life been lately, whether you're married or you're kind of out there looking for love? If you're not fully engaged in all the things a relationship can bring, sex and intimacy and love are essential parts of a fulfilling relationship, and you're all dealing with this or you're avoiding all this because of erectile dysfunction, time to make sure you get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. We all understand how important physical contact can be in a relationship for you and your partner, but ED can take that away, often creating a serious strain on a relationship. Don't let that happen. You've got resources over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you've been putting it off, now's the time. You know what? We're almost to March. If this was going to be something you were going to deal with, and it's the old New Year's resolution. Well, New Year's is well past, and we're coming up on the time for nearly St. Patrick's Day. So get on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic because they've got treatments and options that work for you when the pills and the herbals fail. Treatments with success rates well over 90%, and they've served the Front Range of Colorado for nearly a decade and have successfully treated tens of thousands of men. Get the love back in your relationship. Schedule a consult with the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today. Your initial visit, $99, includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll have a T and a PSA test, and if medically advised at that first visit, you'll take a test dose. And if the test dose isn't working in the office and having you feeling your old self, your visit's free. If you're like a lot of men, you could be back and ready for action the next day after your appointment. 5 locations to serve you throughout Colorado. Don't put this off any longer. Get it on your schedule to go and see them next week. You can find them all up and down I-25 in Fort Collins and the Springs included, plus a great revamped location in Castle Rock. Call them today, 720-440-7900 or RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Kreckman and Lindahl. It is a Ska Friday on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and we're rolling with you until 6 o'clock. Let's dive into this Nuggets thing. Poor finish to the game last night. It culminated in Jamal Murray, let's be honest, grifting his way into a call. Derrick Jones did not leave his feet, and his arms were straight up. That wasn't a foul. But again, you got to take advantage of the gift that you got. And again, good on Jamal. Like, he's a good grifter. You got to sell calls. That's a part of being a pro athlete. Nathan MacKinnon, high stick to the face. It was a high stick today. There's no doubt about that, but he sold it.
Oh, he did.
You got to sell it.
Yeah, guy, well, it's become part of modern sports. We don't all really love it, but that's what it
Andy,
is.
it's modern sports. It's a part of sports. It's been a part of sports forever. You get fouled, you make sure it looks like you got fouled.
I think everything, though, has gone that way. Receivers sell the contact more than they used to.
They always have. It's a boomer take to be like, oh, they only sell calls today.
Take. Well, you used to get your ass kicked in the NHL if you did that, because that's why they had fighters. So
yeah, exactly. And guess what? You still won with power plays and by getting penalties.
Great. I know, fine. Hey, you got your free throws. Guess what? You couldn't make them.
I know. They were in full body casts,
you're right.
and they went and played.
You're right. Let's watch 40 free throws in a fourth quarter. That was a hell of a lot of fun. Let's get no pace to a game at all.
That was a lot of free throws.
That goes back to what I talked to you about last night. Did it not? I was really, you know what? I like when my takes are right. Mm-hmm. I don't like it when it shows up that night and your defense sucks and all you do is hack the other team and send them to the free. Dude, they weren't even a good team. That was so frustrating to watch that last night. And why are they back? I need your help. Why are they back to just giving right back the lead that they built? This is like a last year problem.
Yeah.
You get out to 9, I think you're going to start letting us breathe, and you're like, nah, have it right back.
No, they'll couple up a bunch of bad possessions in a row. The Clippers would get to the free throw line. Here's the thing. Honestly, as I watched that game last night, you say the Clippers suck.
They really don't.
I'm watching them last night, and I'm like, I kind of like what they're doing right now. Plus, here's the other thing the Clippers have going for them. They're a well-coached team.
Yeah.
And Ty Lue last night coached circles around David Adelman.
Here's the problem. You're right. They don't suck. But I guess there's a part of you, and maybe it's just NBA laziness. I'll admit that. Mm-hmm. When I watch you trade Harden and you trade Ifika Zubats, when you trade those guys, it feels like you're not trying as hard anymore. You ain't worried about beating the Nuggets the first thing out of the All-Star break.
I tell you what, though, if I'm the Clippers right now, I sure as hell would rather have Matherin at this moment in my basketball life than James. Because guess what? We saw they reached their peak when they had Harden.
Harden is the guy that once he becomes disinterested, he's kind of like a diva wide receiver in the NFL. Once he's disinterested, you don't need him on your team anymore.
Yeah. No, he again, right now, I'm looking at the Clippers. I'm like, I kind of get it. Plus, Derrick Jones has turned into a really nice player. That dude, he won the game for him last night. His fourth quarter was marvelous last night. That's a guy, I did a couple of his games when he was in college, when he was at UNLV, and he's a freak of an athlete. I mean, capital F, freak. He's a good basketball player now, man. And again, well-coached team. Really well-coached team. And I would tell you this, Andy, during the Jokic absence, when the Nuggets went 10-6 over 16 games, I thought David Adelman did a really good job.
Right. So did I. I was calling for him for Coach of the Year.
And now here's what I'm wondering is a first-year head coach that when he had an opportunity to coach youth, he did pretty well with it, and now his veterans are back, and we're watching slop.
Yeah, that's
what we saw last night.
It's a great question. I didn't even really think about that because we all know that when the All-Stars and the built-in system, so to speak, the built-in, just kind of the autopilot of what you do at the end of a game or even during a game, the substitution shifts just ran themselves, right? We knew when Nikola Jokic would go in and out because it just ran itself. Maybe he enjoyed the coach. I don't know what it is. All I know is this is the third game we've watched in the last 2 or 3 weeks, minus the little All-Star break, where you don't seem to know what you're doing at the end of the game defensively. You give up like you've got a shot, you need a stop, and you just let a guy go and get the bucket back.
Jokic misses at the rim.
That was a weird play too, wasn't it? It's like he dribbled into 3 guys.
It's a 2-point game. There's a 6-second differential, game and shot. Scott Hastings is on the damn broadcast going, hey, good thing you don't got a foul right now. And Tim Hardaway fouls Derek Jones.
It's like the sentence wasn't out of his mouth and we got a foul.
Just a massive mental error. You have a chance to get a stop, leave yourself time, and by the way, you have a timeout to advance the ball if you want to use one, if you need to. That's a player not knowing the game situation. And guess what? Adelman defended him after the game, but that mistake reflects poorly on the coaching staff. And Tim Hardaway's a veteran and he should know better, but also your guys need to know game situation.
No, you talked, because again, we talked about it with Scotty. What are you doing on that switch? Who's staying with Lopez? Apparently we talked about it, but it didn't stick.
He said after the game that Jokic and Cam had communicated, but they both followed Collins. Cam was supposed to be back on Lopez, and it left him wide open. Just terrible communication. So again, if they communicated it, why did they screw it up? Again, right. Andy, that's a coaching issue. That's veterans doing sloppy things and not being held accountable for it. Jamal hits the triple, and then Tim Hardaway, who we already talked about, doesn't deny Matherin on the inbound, stands behind him. Again, Scott Hastings on the telecast. You got to front him right there.
Yeah, isn't that where he was talking about get my hand in the way? Look like that pass is not available.
And he's behind Matherin. Matherin shoves him out of the way and easily catches the inbound. And then he knocks down both free throws. Suddenly you got a 3-point game. Again, no game situation. Tim Hardaway was terrible in that fourth quarter last night.
I was going to – you know what else is disappointing? As great as Bruce Brown and Julian Strawther were, you find out, like, to me, this is why you're role players.
Yeah.
And I love Brucey B. And Bruce has come up in some fourth quarters for him. But Julian Strawther in particular, dude, somehow when you're hot, I need you to stay hot. You're not. I think Scott told me one time the shooting percentage in the fourth quarter of what he does from the three-point line is not the same. It's like when it's less leverage, he's fine shooting and hitting it. You get to the fourth quarter, they can't make a shot anymore. And it just is, it's really frustrating. It's just really frustrating. But that's where this team has been able to rely on a Jamal Murray and a Nikola Jokic to kind of take over. That's their time. That's crunch time. But lately, it's not been their crunch time. And Jamal, man, all I could think about was I don't like his legs. I think he's got something going on. Jamal, now again, not even last couple minutes, 30 seconds, last couple shots that he had.
Fired up.
He nails that three right away.
Yeah, he gets
got
clutch
down
time.
the floor and got that done. And
he
he got the free throws, but of course couldn't hit that third one.
Jamal Murray, Andy, last 8 games, I looked at his game log. He has shot 50% or better from the field once in the last 8 games. He is 42% over that stretch. He's been 48% for the season. Like, he's been one of the best and most efficient shooters in the entire NBA this season. Dude is in a full-on slump right now. And what's funny is, if you look at the raw numbers, he's averaging 24 points and 9 assists over the last 8. You would look at that and you'd go, that's good, right? But he's doing it on 19 shots a game. The efficiency is not there right now. He is slumping, and his energy looked like crap last night. He looks fatigued.
Yeah.
I would be remiss to sit here and rip Jamal because he's carried this team this year. But also that load appears to have been taking its toll.
Yeah, and for anybody, and not that I'm seeing anything like this, but for anybody saying you're overreacting, that loss last night now cost them their positioning over the Rockets. They now sit in 4th place. The Lakers are just a couple games behind, and this team is 4-6 in its last 10 games. 4-6.
I want to play a piece of audio for you here. I want to play. This is the last 2 free throw attempts of the game by Jamal Murray. This is one where Adelman just sent me up the wall.
You want to Michelle Branch this?
Dude.
Probably you don't, because that's at least a fun bit.
No, because I actually did time it and literally still have the timer
we
up
could
on
play
my
the
phone.
Whole song.
35.47 seconds. Okay? Again, Jamal gets the whistle. It was grifty, but okay, again, that's what star players do. They get whistles, right? He makes the first 2, and then Adelman goes mass sub and sends Bruce and CB and Val into the game in the event of a tip-in. First off, if you want to put Valanciunas in because you want height on the front line in the event of a tip-in situation with, what was there, I don't know, 4/10 or whatever was left on the clock.
9/10, yeah. Or
Fine.
0.9, whatever that is.
Fine. What the hell did you need Bruce Brown and Christian Brown in the game for? What was going to happen that you needed that substitution right there? And if you watched Adelman on the sideline, he was scrambling, man.
Oh, I know.
It was, oh, shoot, I gotta do this thing.
It's like he was waiting to see whether Jamal was going to hit it or not, right?
Right. So okay. So he makes the first two. Let's play the audio. This is free throw 2 and free throw 3. And listen to how much time goes by in which Jamal Murray, and again, Jamal Murray's approach, his job to make a free throw, but Jamal Murray is just standing at the line in a pressure-packed situation.
And to back up your point, he had 2 other chances in the Detroit game. It did not go well.
Nope.
So again, to your point, I think you'd want to just let this go.
Let it go and just let him make the free throw. Instead, you just over strategized. This is Kaz last night.
Second free throw. Got it again. Come on, baby. One more to tie the ball game up at 1:15. Here come the defenders on the floor.
He should already have the ball back in his hands.
Bruce Brown and Valanciunas.
Holding.
Valanciunas more of a rebounder here.
Ref still has the ball.
Shot should have been already taken.
And here comes Niedermeyer. Is he not good of a defender?
Now Ty Lue's going to sub.
I got you. One more free throw for Jamal Murray to possibly send this bad boy into overtime. Come on, Maul. Make this thing. Missed it! Ball game.
And in no hope of getting a
That's
rebound.
twice.
You lost.
Yep.
You missed 5 free throws in the fourth quarter in a game you lost by 1.
Yeah, how about that? And most of the night, Scotty pointed it out. They were missing their first and hitting their second. Like even Jokic had a couple of those. What was going on?
It's because everyone on the wall was all fired up about the chicken sandwiches.
Yeah.
Which, hey, you know what? Ballmer won last night. The Wall won.
Hey.
Wall got him. They missed 6 free throws in the second half shooting towards the wall.
So is the new strategy, they don't go back there. That was the end of the season series yesterday. But next time, should you just take like a second quarter free throw and let them have their stupid chicken sandwiches so they're not so worked up anymore?
My God, man. No, just it's you make a damn near hockey line change substitution in that moment, and Jamal Murray's just standing there, cooling off. You iced your own guy. He iced his own guy. It was the equivalent of a football coach calling a timeout to ice his own kicker. Jamal's got to make the shot. He's got to make the shot. He's a well-compensated basketball player. He's got to make the shot, but also
don't make it more difficult.
Don't make it tougher on him.
Yeah.
You know?
Just don't do things to yourself.
Like I've been glued to this figure skating. Okay?
Really? Okay.
Oh God, yeah. And you're watching these athletes, like it is just, the pressure is just eating up these athletes out on the ice. Quad God blowing it, Amber Glenn blowing it, like all of this Olympic pressure for this big moment, and it's eating them up. It's like, it's a good reminder, like, oh yeah, pressure is a massive thing on an athlete, and when they get in their own heads, they're not performing. They're not just working off of muscle memory anymore. They're now questioning their muscle memory.
Well, didn't even Jamal give a little lean back on the second one?
Right.
When it went in?
He already looked shaky.
To your point, just let him shoot.
Yeah.
Don't give him time to think about it. By the way, Amber Glenn, I think somebody tweeted it out and went on TikTok. She goes, why don't you come through, come do the jump with me that cost me the medal? And she went and skated with her phone, like, in selfie mode.
No kidding.
And did the jump and goes, yeah, great.
She nailed it.
Of course she did.
Of course. It's
with a phone in her hand.
Andy, you ever been standing on the fringe or whatever?
Oh, yeah.
You're right off the green. You got the wedge and you just gotta chip. It's all you gotta do. And you duff the thing and it goes 2 feet. And then you pull the other ball out of your pocket and you drop it and then you hit it and it goes, 10 inches from the cup. You're just like, why didn't I do that the first time? Because you had no pressure on you. Because it didn't matter. Jamal Murray could go to the free throw line in an empty gym right now. I bet you could make 100 in a row.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But he's not on gassed out legs, standing in front of the wall, knowing I need this to get to overtime. I've played like crap all night. I desperately need to make this shot so we have a chance to be able to save this game. And again, like intrusive thoughts will get guys. Even Jamal Murray, the most cold-blooded clutch killer we have ever seen in a Denver Nuggets uniform, it's even going to get him.
Well, it's gotten him twice this year.
Gotten him multiple times this year.
One time was at home. That Detroit game, remember, wasn't that one at home? Or was that in Detroit? Now I can't remember.
No, it was at home. You're right.
Dude, it just is so weird to watch this team not close because they were the kings of that up until this year, and they just haven't been.
The clutch time thing is just awful. And what's even more bizarre about it is how awful they've been in the clutch. So in the clutch with Jokic this year, clutch games with Jokic, that's within 5 points, 5 or fewer minutes left on the clock. 6-12 with Jokic, 8-2 without him.
Jeez. Well, you know what I didn't like last night where he dribbled into the turnover.
Yeah.
But he dribbled into 3 people. Again, was anybody cutting? Was anybody moving?
Listen to this. Defensive rating with Jokic is 136.5 in clutch situations. Without Jokic, 100. Exactly 100. You're better offensively with Jokic because you always are. You're better offensively with Jokic. Defensively, though, he's been an absolute nightmare. He's been an absolute liability in clutch situations so far this year. A terrible loss. Got the Blazers tonight. I don't know.
I don't either.
Portland's hungry. That's a tough team.
Well, and again, you've been
tough team in their building. Second night of a back-to-back. They're rested.
They've been real good at this, but
yeah,
this team feels off right now.
It does. It does.
Remember all the joy that David Adelman brought, and it changed the mood? I feel like the mood's back to pre-coaching change.
It's souring, and also I also do just generally think like Jokic being in pain is souring a lot of things.
I don't think he's enjoying his season.
I don't believe he is either. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. It's a Friday afternoon. It's a ska Friday afternoon. Yeah, we'll get all this Nuggets anger out of our system. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
time winding down, celebrating in front off the stick of Hintz. Now McDavid, MacKinnon, score! Nathan MacKinnon with 35 seconds remaining gives Canada their first lead of the game.
Scott Friday, Nathan MacKinnon, game winner.
How about that?
36 seconds to go, Andy. Assisted by Connor McDavid and Macklin Celebrini. Just another gorgeous saucer pass from McDavid over to MacKinnon.
The one from Celebrini from behind the net to get to McDavid was pretty sweet,
Pretty
too.
good. Mm-hmm. Left face-off circle. That's his spot right there. God, when you look up and you're like, oh, they just have Cale Makar and Connor McDavid and Nathan MacKinnon.
Devin Devontae's and yeah.
They had Celebrini on that kid, by the way.
Pretty good.
He's awesome.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. No, I'm a believer in that guy. Holy, that's the next generation.
Yeah, the Avs need to get another one or so. Like, look, the Avs are dealing with what you're kind of dealing with the Nuggets with Wembanyama and the Oklahoma City Thunder.
Yep.
A lot of teams in the West got these sweet generational picks, and you don't need to be
good thing
around.
Good thing the Avs still got two of them.
We got a way to go.
MacKinnon the hero. 3-2. Canada advances. They will play Team USA 6-2 the final. Team USA defeats Slovakia. And they will match up 6:10 a.m. Mountain Time on Sunday morning. Andy, I got a fun little bit of audio here. Jackie Redmond, NHL Network. She's there covering the Olympic hockey tournament. And I want to play this audio for you. Here we go. Nathan MacKinnon actually did crack a smile during this interview. Roll it, Spring.
Well, Nate, when your nation needed you most, you came up clutch with like 35 seconds left on the clock. Can we say that you had fun with that one?
Oh, I see what you did. The hockey part's been a lot of fun. A little stressful, but after the challenge was a little nerve-wracking, but happy when it counted.
The hockey was fun. The hockey was fun.
It was.
It was.
Yeah. Oh, I see what you did.
He giggled.
Yeah.
that was a slight titter from Nathan MacKinnon.
Man, how about that offside look?
Oh,
somebody I saw.
I was gonna lose my mind if they overturned that goal.
Did you see the little meme with the Canada guy with the tickle, the old tickle on the stone? They put his finger right on the skate.
The Canadian curlers. Yep. Celebrini was not offsides, and Team Canada would score that goal. Nathan MacKinnon, the hero. Not surprisingly.
Is there a more brutal penalty in sports than stupid offsides?
Oh,
because it's not. Like
it affects nothing.
You know how,
like in that situation when it's like,
right?
It's like the Gabe in San Jose situation,
exactly.
Right? Where it's like it didn't affect a damn thing. And if you have to go back and watch like something that happened 25, 30 seconds earlier, and you're
down
that's one where it's just like, you know what? If the naked eye didn't see it, if it didn't even occur to you, then leave it the hell alone.
The one thing you should not review. Look, man, here's my problem with it, too. I say this all the time. Like an offsides, I guess sometimes an offsides. Well, no, that doesn't even count. I can't come up with it. Give me another example in sports where you're somehow assessed a penalty that takes a score away. Like sometimes you're like, oh, we would have, or oh, that was, a guy jumps and false starts. Oh, he had it set up.
You know the one
if he would have done this.
If it's like an interception or a pick six,
yeah,
and then they call defensive holding on some dude way over on the other side of the field.
Yeah, that's about it, right? Because you knew what you had. What I hate about the offsides is the goal is so damn hard to get, and then it's taken away.
Yeah,
and you celebrate it, and you're happy. Although I think we've all learned to kind of hold our breath now. Like in every sport, are we not like, all right, going to review this thing?
I was surprised Finland didn't challenge the potential interference on Marchand. I was because he fully took out UC Saros. Now Saros was back in the crease by the time that the shot was taken on Shea Theodore's goal, but like I was surprised they didn't challenge that one. Canadian official in that game, by the way.
Really?
Yeah, there sure
Controversy.
was. Yeah.
I saw somebody that apparently
Teemu Selanne was big mad about it.
Well, I don't blame him.
Yeah, Teemu Selanne, he was firing off some tweets.
Do you know something? And I'm not. This is amazing to me. There was a statement made at the start of the U.S. game that I was like, wow, that really just hit me. So, of course, Mike Eruzione is there, and I don't remember who the other alumni was, but Eruzione's there.
I pay for the United States of America.
A little Rocky to it.
I love that scene.
Again. And they said, it's not registered with me. U.S. has not won the gold since that team.
Yeah, since 1980.
How about that?
Yeah.
We were talking about 46 years ago, right? That was 80? Lake Placid 80?
46. Quick subtraction.
Dude.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I know they've been in games. Maybe that's why DMac's all over me for, why are you rooting harder for this? I don't know, because I feel like we always get to face Canada, and then we just don't win, you know? And also, the other hard part about it, I was joking with you in the break, the two Kachucks, of course, got tossed out of the end of this game because they had to go punching somebody.
I got to be honest with you.
And all the guys I love don't play for U.S.
They make it, the Kachucks make it impossible to root for Team USA.
I don't like you.
Okay. I know that I gave you my whole like romantic like Tom Verducci-esque soliloquy
and it was beautiful.
On Brock Nelson going into the Olympic Games, and I truly do want Brock Nelson to win a gold medal. But again, like if I'm weighing the scales, I want Nathan MacKinnon and Cale Makar and Devon Taves to be happy.
Yes.
I want them to be in a good mood. I would honestly I'll be thrilled for Brock Nelson if they win. There's no doubt about it. But it means more to Canada. And I got to be honest with you, I'm going to be pulling for Canada on Sunday morning.
By the way, I'm not sure I'm there yet.
But MacKinnon, man.
Are you waking up at 6:10?
I can't look at the sweet face of Cale Makar
and root against
and think, I don't want you to be happy.
The best person in the world.
He's the best.
Cale Makar.
In the world.
See, when it comes to this hockey thing, I feel like I'm married to a Canadian. Because I spend my everyday seasons with Taves and Makar and, of course, MacKinnon.
We are.
This is the best person in the world, Cale Makar.
Yes.
And you're listening to Kreckman and Lindahl.
My cherub thing. Yes, he read us a liner. We forgot about that.
I wrote that stupid script and he read it.
He did. He did not care because he's the best person in the world.
He's the best. I can't root against that.
Yeah, man. It's yeah, this is tough.
I want Brock Nelson to win a gold. The story, if you guys
it would have
missed
been easier if they were playing Finland.
Would have been. His grandfather
calling out Mikko.
His grandfather owned a hockey stick factory.
Oh wait, that was Arturi Lehkonen. Sorry, you're right. He worked he was basically at the Rawlings, or no, what's the most famous bat? The Louisville Slugger. Factory of America.
It was the Christian Brothers hockey stick factory. Yeah. His uncle and his grandfather were on the 1960 team, and then his uncle was on the 1980 team, Dave Christian and the Miracle on Ice, and now he has a chance to be a third generation.
Pull his own miracle. How about that?
He could do it. He could do it. I do want it for Brock Nelson.
By the way,
I don't want it for the Kachucks.
I agree. You talk about how
But then again, do I want it for Brad Marchand?
No.
Not really.
No. Look, there's a lot of punchable faces all over this thing. Just leave my people alone.
I kind of like Dylan Larkin, too.
Okay.
Mostly because he's just awesome.
But he's a Red Wing, right?
Yeah, we've covered that before. It's not a thing anymore.
You talked about how it means so much. Mm-hmm. I was reminded yet again. I remember I was talking to some of the Mammoth guys that were Canadian, which is pretty much all of them. Last year, we would do a podcast during Four Nations. And they'd be so all worked up and stressed out about it. I was like, God, calm down. I'm just trying to joke with you.
Yeah.
And then it reemerged yesterday when we had Parker Kelly on, which, by the way, if you missed the Parker Kelly interview, it's on YouTube. The guy's great. Talked to us for 15 minutes. Started a whole thing about, supper and lunch and breakfast and dinner and all whatever.
People really reacted to that.
They really did.
They did.
But what I thought was funny is you come out, you give a little grief about the Canada-U.S. women's game, which I didn't even think much about because U.S. always wins that one.
Right.
Dude, he was like automatically, you could feel a little anger about that.
He was like, yeah, good for you guys.
Yeah. Hey, you got that one. You got that one. I was like, wow, you really are mad.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
we should not have brought that up.
They live and die with that
Holy
stuff.
cow.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
I guess we won't mention curling.
You cheaters.
Are they into the curling?
You double touchers.
Do Canadians care about the curling?
I think they do. Yeah.
I feel like Minnesota cares about the curling. And I know there's a lot of good curling people. There's, of course, that great center that's by the Colorado Mills. But
yeah. I think they care. Yeah.
Should you and I and Mark be a curling team?
Sure.
How many are on a curling team? Do we need a fourth?
I believe it. You got one guy to throw the stone, and you got the two sweepers.
I guess we could just adopt Sanford to get our fourth.
Sure. Yeah, he can be on the team.
But he can only show up on Thursday matches.
You show up 20 minutes into the match. Start talking before we say his name.
He's already got a beer.
The hell is this guy doing here?
He just starts sweeping. Hey, it's not your turn. They take turns, right? I was trying to figure out that the other night. Don't they take turns doing all the stuff?
I think so.
Because Karate Kid headband guy got to push one stone, and then I think he was short twice, so they kicked him, and they were like, "Nah, you ain't doing it anymore."
Man, I've been skating, the figure skating, the alpine skiing. You know, I'm a big alpine skiing guy.
But you can't say slalom. You say slalom.
I do say slalom.
Yeah, you should say slalom.
And I'm dug in, Andy. I can't change. Can't change me now. All right. If lunch is dinner, I can say slalom. Okay.
Well, you got me there.
I got that, and I got hockey, and I got Nathan MacKinnon. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. All right, it's Scott Friday, everybody. It's Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We're live in the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. Nuggets Blazers tonight. We'll have all the action right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Tune in for pregame coverage powered by Ramos Law at 7:30. Second night of a back-to-back for the Nuggets in Portland against the Blazers. We'll talk to Dan Hyatt with 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't at 4:45.
I'm sorry. And we need an update. Did he try the snack that we didn't need from a week ago at the San Antonio Rodeo?
One snack
Dan, if you're listening, I need to know.
Need to know or don't need to know. That was the Hot Cheetos Twinkies Smash Burger.
Yeah.
Hot Cheetos Twinkies Smash Burger.
You'd have to be smashed to try that.
There were 2 Twinkies on that thing, not even just a single Twink. 2 Twinkies.
I thought they'd maybe crafted a Twinkie bun at first mention when you said that last week, but no, they were just on the burger.
It appears as though it's like a brioche bun.
Yeah, there's a lot
hot
going on
Cheetos dust sprinkled upon it, 2 Twinkies, and then the cheeseburger.
Even Fat Andy thinks that sounds like too much.
Slim Andy, that's 3 meals.
Slim Andy don't want half of what you just said. Yeah, man, this is weird. For those wondering about the old GLP-1, I'm Mr. Not that we go out to eat a lot. I'm to-go box guy all of a sudden. I get through half the meal, and I'm like, I'll eat this later.
Can I have the rest to
Sometimes, like,
go?
one restaurant meal is the full day's meal.
Wow.
I'm telling you, for those who want to know, I'll just give you a little. It does.
The stuff does work.
It works.
I will say this. There is considerably less of you than there used to be.
Now, you have not suffered through it.
Uh-huh.
But for me, for some, the heartburn is the bad stuff.
Oh.
I have been a little gassy. I mean,
worse than usual?
Yeah, dude, no, I tell you, I didn't realize how non-gassy I was till at points. There have been times I woke the wife up one night because I thought I was safe. It was like 2 a.m.
Did you blame it on the dog?
Oh, no, there was no blaming it. When the dog's not in the room and you rumble the bed, it's a sponge bed, so it took some effort. This ain't like your Sealy spring bed.
So would you say you were sponge bed fart pants?
A little bit.
There you go.
A little bit. So there you go. There's my warning.
That's good to know.
But it works.
Good to know. Yes.
You literally pass the weight away.
The good news is, though, like, yes, you're farting more, but you are less of a threat to have diabetes.
Sure, yeah.
So the
knees don't hurt so much.
That's been good for you.
I can run across the street without it looking. Boy, when it's all said and done and I finally hit the old 195, I've already got the picture of you and I interviewing Bronco offensive lineman, paid professional big man, Alex Palczewski from training camp. And that's that interview. I'm bigger than all 3 of us.
That
was when I was like, I'm going to go talk to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic about those shots.
That was it's got to change.
I literally next week showed up at that clinic.
So the day that you realized you were bigger than an NFL offensive lineman was the day that.
When I had the 3X PRS guitar shirt and the man boobs are still showing, I'm like, it's something's got to change.
When you had noticeable cleavage, something has to be done.
When I was hanging out with some of my female friends and I was the biggest, it was time to change what we had going on.
You know what though? It's you've done magnificent work.
They've been great help.
Yes.
Listen to the ads.
There you go.
Chat with the friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic.
That's okay. Well,
and then get some Gas X.
Public service announcement for one and all.
Well, no, we're doing it now.
You two can be hot and skinny just like Andy.
And for the FCC, they're paying clients, so
That's
I'm allowed. This is not a plug-ola. But yeah, the non-plug-ola, the friendly advice is get your Gas X maximum strength, just in case.
Okay, so I want to talk about Jaquan McMillan today.
Please.
He's a restricted free agent. He has there are 4, Andy. Let's do a quick refresher course on all of this. There are 4 RFA tenders. There's the first round, the second round, the original round, and the right of first refusal. Well, Jaquan McMillan was not drafted, so there's no original round tender, so that goes away. Right of first refusal, and I'm reading this from Parker Gabriel's piece today. He served as my refresher on this that I'm now passing along. I'm just the middleman. Right of first refusal makes little sense because it would allow other teams to do the negotiating with McMillan without the potential cost of having to part with draft capital. The RFA tender amounts, restricted free agent tender amounts, will be finalized once the NFL's official salary cap is set here in the next couple of weeks. But over the cap currently projects second round tender at $5.81 million and first round at $8.1 million. He writes, other teams can try to sign a player who has been given a first or second round tender, but Denver would have the right to match contract terms or opt not to match and take the commensurate draft pick from the signing team. So if a team wants to sign him away, they also would have to give up a first or a second round pick. So just do the quick math on that. And I don't mean this as a diss to Jaquan McMillan. This is just the reality of most football players. Like, if you're going to pay him his market value, which I believe to be between $10 and $12 million probably, and give up a first or a second round pick to acquire his services, that's a big matzo ball.
Yep.
I don't see that happening. I think it's critical that the Broncos get him re-signed.
I would agree because you and I, we both have had a chance to talk with Chris Harris a lot. Chris has talked about it. I mean, obviously he would. He was very good. That slot coverage guy needs to have the same traffic avoiding just instinct. And it's not, you can't coach it to everybody, Nate. That's the big thing. Remember back in the day, and this was, here's your boomer conversation. Remember when the middle linebacker was like your big run stopper and the DJ Williams, you watched one of the best, and Mike Singletary. Just name your favorite middle linebacker.
Al
Ray
Wilson.
Lewis. Yeah, Al Wilson. You had to have, it was almost like something, it just was a natural instinct how to avoid all the traffic so you could get to the running back in the position that you're playing. That is the modern slot corner, where you've got the guy that's on the inside. They're always running him in motion usually. You're having to weave your way through pick plays and everything else. And Jaquan McMillan's very, very good at it. You can't undervalue that.
You're also critical in pre-snap. You communicate them. You see motions happening. You point things out. Basically, you're the direct line of communication between the middle of the field and the edges of the field. And so, like in many ways, you're the rug from The Big Lebowski. You tie the room together. That's your job as a slot corner, and he's very, very good at it. And like, it's so funny when you have this conversation. If you just want to look at the letters next to a player's name, you would say CB. Well, they don't got to pay Jaquan McMillan. They just drafted Jahdae Barron. Yeah, but Jaquan McMillan's job and Jahdae Barron's job are very different.
Yeah, I think ultimately they won't be the same role.
Jaquan's job is very different than Patrick Surtain's. It's very different than Riley Moss's. Jahdae Barron in the hybrid role that he at least played so far here in his rookie year, and his snap counts were low and everything else like that. But is he prepared to step in the middle of the field and be an NFL slot corner? Maybe he is. Like, it's very possible, but you don't know right now. And you've got a guy that you're looking at right now that made some of the biggest plays of the entire season, including saving your season and getting you to the AFC Championship game with the play that he made against Buffalo. But that football player right now, like, he's absolutely elite at what he does. Don't go messing around with that stuff, okay? Jahdae Barron, I think, could move into an outside corner role and just be a coverage guy. That's what you drafted him to be able to do. And then there's a conversation to be had about what Riley Moss's role is on this team. But also I would say this, Andy, like, why are the Broncos, why are they so good defensively? A part of it is the massive amount of depth that they have in the secondary. You don't need to go messing around with that right now. Or if you decide we're just too full on it, you could trade somebody. I wouldn't. But I just don't want to mess with a strength of the team.
I understand that, but I also, look, I think you ultimately drafted Jahdae Barron. The reason why I've not been as worked up as people are about Jahdae Barron, I think you drafted him to take the place of Riley Moss. I think ultimately, your secondary is going to be too expensive. Although I think it's funny because I don't think Riley Moss would cost you as much as a second receiver.
I mean,
you know
Andy,
what I mean? But
you also drafted him to literally the strongest position group on your team.
Well, yes. And see, again, I think I would at least listen to offers for Riley Moss this year. Because if you're willing to give me a second-round pick for a guy, what would fourth-rounder for him, and I can move up a couple.
I think Riley was a third. Yeah, you
might have been a third. Either way, bottom line, if I'm getting a second, I don't think you're getting a first. But if you were.
It's a starting corner.
Yeah, man.
It's a starting corner that, if I'm not, didn't he play more snaps than anybody else in the NFL and more man coverage snaps?
He's been very durable.
Yeah.
I'm not saying I hate Riley Moss. I just think they ultimately projected out what's coming in the future. You got the Bo Nix contract possibly coming up in the next couple years too.
Yeah.
So that's why I would, because again, you can tag Riley Moss if you want to next year, but we're seeing sometimes teams don't want to pay what the tag dollars are. And why get to a position? I think you could get stronger offers this offseason before you have to trade him. So I'd at least listen to offers about it. Now, I also don't disagree with your assertion that secondary is one of the reasons why your pass rush sometimes gets to do what it does.
Of course.
Because they work in concert together.
Yep.
But
I believe it's the strongest position group on the entire team. And I even say that including the pass rush. The embarrassment of riches that the Broncos have in the secondary right now, and there are teams around the league that would kill to have what Denver has.
Oh, there's no doubt about it. But I just think, look, if you can get a better pick and you can turn Riley, because I don't think, ultimately, I just don't, the reason why I'm saying this, I don't think they're paying Riley Moss. I could be wrong. I just don't think, because he's going to command some pretty good money. I think there'll be plenty of people lining up for his services because he's a damn good player.
If you're asking me, would you rather have John Franklin Myers or Jaquan McMillan back? My answer would be McMillan. And the reason why is I think that there's fewer people that can do what he does. I think Awazarike is ready for a bigger role in the front seven, and I think he's prepared to step into that. I don't think Jahdae Barron can do what Jaquan McMillan does right now. And Denver have to be.
But I'd be curious to see if he
strong.
could do what Moss does right now.
Yeah.
I don't think Jahdae Barron was drafted with the idea of Jaquan McMillan. I think he was drafted with the idea of Moss. And I think they're two different players.
Let's continue this conversation with Jeff Legwold. Let's bring him into this conversation when we come back. Plus, we'll talk about our free agency shopping lists, what we're looking at in the draft, tight ends that he may like so far. It's all coming up. We're talking Broncos, and we're talking about reshaping this roster, how to get better with Jeff Legwold. That's coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Let's jump right into it with Jeff Legwold here on a Friday afternoon, and let's pick up the conversation we were just having. Jaquan McMillan, Jeff. Number one, what is the level of necessity to have him back? And number two, what does the market look like? What does a deal look like to get Jaquan McMillan back with the Broncos next year?
Well, I've been going under the impression, and I was told these are restricted.
Yes.
Yeah. So I mean, they can tender him however they want, and hope for the best. They want him back. You never want to give up. It's like the Riley Moss suddenly trade discussions. You don't want to give up corners when you have better corners than everybody else. Again, value is good to have on your side when people are shopping, but in this day and age, I think not being deep at corner is a quick way to not play very good defense. So I think they would like him back in a perfect world, but they also know, at some point, Jahdae Barron's got to be on the field, more than in a mix and match role. And I think this year he may have played more in the McMillan snaps, and he did later in the year, but I think early in the year they were worried about, is it too much to give him to play him at all these different spots? Barron, I mean. So I think, like all things these days, if the price is right for them and the tender will work however they do it, I think, they'd like to have him back. If he got an offer from somebody and it was, too big, would they match it or whatever, and they don't have to tender him either. So I think that's one of the questions at the Combine to George Payton that'll be interesting to see the answer, because, I've been told they want him back, but, again, money's always the issue with those types of things. But at least on their side, if you're the Broncos, you feel good that you do have the power to keep him if you want to.
What do they envision as the future role of Jahdae Barron, of the permanent role that he will have maybe as of this year?
I think there's some thought, as long as Moss and Surtain are in the lineup, that he could play nickel and then move to the dime linebacker spot when they go 6 DBs. And then if Riley leaves because he can get a big deal, when his rookie deal's up, then, Jahdae moves to the outside, and then now you're back to the situation where you need a nickel. You need the hardest player to find. A lot of GMs I know will tell you that other than a franchise quarterback, the nickel corner is the toughest player to find in personnel.
Jeff, it's the time of year we all have fun with free agency, and I think when you pick 30th, everybody wants to maybe lock in on free agents because it's just so hard to figure out what group of players may even be at that pick at number 30. You and I have done a ton of these offseason shows, so I'm going to ask you the old classic offseason question, and I've kicked it around a lot. What do you think is the one position? Who do you think might be the first outside free agent the Broncos would call when the free agency period opens?
That's a great question. I'm not sure, just from, again, everybody's still pretty close to the vest on all this, and I'll know more after I get to Indy and can mingle with people. But I got to believe they're going to kick the tires on some linebackers if they think they're not going to be able to re-sign their own. I think they'd like Singleton back in a framework that makes sense to them. And obviously they like Sternad, but again, if those guys can do better elsewhere, they're probably going to do better elsewhere. And I think running back, I think they'll look at the running back situation out there. I know everyone or a lot of folks are talking Breece Hall, but if you're going to give a guy 150 carries, I'm not sure you want to top out the free agent, make him the highest paid running back in free agency this year to give a guy 150 carries. I think that would take a philosophical shift because they the head coach in particular sees a future in R.J. Harvey. So I'm intrigued. But I was saying on one of the other shows, I talked to a running back coach this week to get ready for the combine, and the I said, who do you like in free agency after he had looked at them all? And the two names he mentioned quickly were Dowdell and Gainwell, who both would fit the Broncos scheme pretty well. And I think that financially would make sense too, and schematically.
You know, you mentioned Kenneth Gainwell right there, and he was one of the guys I was hyping to Andy earlier this week. I guess my one question, my one little sliver of doubt, and I think he's a really good player, and he was great in Pittsburgh again this past season, but skill set wise, are he and R.J. Harvey, are they redundant at all?
And you're going to have some of that, I think, if you're going to have a genuine two-back, because I think they now see Harvey as sort of the pass catcher back. So I think the other guy wouldn't have to be, in a lot of ways. But it was interesting to me that those were and this is a coach I respect and I think knows more about the position than anybody else I've ever dealt with. The fact he named those as his two favorite, I thought said to me a lot about the free agency crop too, because those are productive, sort of under the radar guys a bit, but that's from a football perspective. Those are two guys that would fit.
And the thing about Gainwell is, and we talked about this, is like, top 5 in receiving numbers, and he has been for a couple of years now, but also he was 4.7 yards per carry this past season. Like that's big time stuff right there, that like maybe the market kind of pins Kenneth Gainwell as a pass catching back, but I'm sure his agent and he would counter back like, no, I'm better toting the rock than you guys realize.
Yeah, I think they all would say that.
Yeah.
But I think I don't think they would be redundant just because, in Peyton's offense, he wants multitaskers.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at even a guy like Mark Ingram went way back in his tenure in New Orleans. Ingram had a couple of 70-catch seasons or, 60-catch seasons in there as a big physical back. So I think he sees that as just part of the job. And I don't think they would look at it as redundancy, but I think those two backs, and I've looked at most of the free agent crop a little bit, I think they make more sense salary cap wise, how much you're going to give them the ball, all of those things. I think they fit. They both are good fits for the Broncos.
What would you think if they? I'd like him to talk to Isaiah Likely. How do you think that fit would work? I just love to see him get a guy that actually run after the catch, yard after the catch, whatever you want to call it there, Jeff. I'd like to see a little more of that in this offense.
Well, I think they would too, but again, I think now Ingram's run after the catch numbers at this stage of his career aren't great. Everybody knows that, but I think the issue down the stretch was more targets than him. So if you're going to dive in to somebody like Likely, and they need impact at that position, no question. I think it's been their biggest offensive failing the last 2 years, 3 years really, but you need to be willing to get the ball there too. And if that's a Bo Nix thing or a Sean Payton thing, one or the other, but there has to be some targets to that. If you're going to invest in that position, like what it would take to get a guy like him, I think you got to be willing and to put the ball there too. But they definitely need that kind of athlete at the position. Every defensive coach I speak to about the Broncos consistently talks about the personnel grouping issue of they think it tips plays and that they don't worry about getting impacted through the middle of their defense in the passing game.
Okay, so let's then talk about tight ends in the draft potentially, Jeff. And I know the Broncos want to take the best player available at number 30. That would be the sound drafting strategy. Just take whomever is highest on your board. If one of them should happen to be a tight end, and we have seen in recent seasons, we were going over some of the numbers a couple of days ago, like top 20 tight ends in the league. I think 6 of them were first or second year guys this past season. Like you can jump into the NFL and make an impact at that position very quickly as you have sort of started your draft prep. Kenyon Sadiq of Oregon is generally considered the premier tight end in this draft. We talked about Max Clare out of Ohio State a little bit. Are there names that you like around that number 30 spot?
Well, at 30, no. But I will say it's interesting to me, and I want to see how they work out in Indy. But this is the most or the highest number of tight ends I can remember getting invited to the combine in at least a decade. I think there are 27 tight ends going this year. So the league is as interested as you guys are. But Sadiq, for a lot of teams, is probably the only first rounder on that list. But it doesn't mean, rounds 2 through 4 are going to be players who play as rookies. I like the Notre Dame guy, Raridon. I like him. I like I think the Utah guy has a really good pro future.
Bentley, yep.
And Royer at Cincinnati was another guy I've looked at quite a bit. And I think a quiet name, I think he will do better with even more work than he got in college. And he's a little smaller, so I'd be intrigued. But the Texas Jack Endries, I think, is a prospect I'm intrigued by. And he didn't get the ball much there, but there were a few 40 and 50-yard receptions, I watched him make on the tape. And I really like him too. So I think as a middle rounder who could come in and give you some good play. And I think Lohner, honestly, is at least in the red zone next year. I think that'd be the clock I'd be wanting to see, is at least have a red zone package for him next year, get him up to speed. Because that physically, I can't tell you how rare a guy is. I mean, I watch that guy covering the NCAA hoops tournament for ESPN. I watched that guy throwing dunks down before the game, 1 year at the tournament. And I got to believe you can find a way to get the football toward him.
All right, by the way, I'm looking at all these mock drafts. I could throw some names to you, and Jeff's not lying. Everybody, I'm looking at the Charles Davis one, and it's an offensive tackle, edge, corner, edge.
I tried to warn you.
I know. I'm just backing you up and giving you your flowers. By the way, they've got the Niners taking Sadiq, so you'd have to trade up. Jeff, you're a little guy. We got about a minute. You're a guy that knows a little about everything. What the hell shoes are they wearing in curling, Jeff? Do you know? Are those special shoes, or are they just like your dad's New Balance that slide well?
No, they actually. It's funny when you can ask a Midwestern guy about curling. There's no question. They have they actually put a little sole on when they're, because they need one foot to stick so they can push off, and they need one to slide. So usually one shoe is the slider.
Is that why that white thing? They all got the white thing at the bottom. So that's what you're talking about?
So you got a slider and a gripper.
Yeah, and they take the grip off when they're in between plays, as it were. You can always see them peel it off. But yeah, I know I tried it once just for a story, and I will tell you, it's a hell of a lot harder than it looks on television.
Good to know. Jeff Legwold, everybody. You ask a northern Midwesterner when you need to know about curling shoes,
Cornhole
everybody.
and curling. He knows it all.
That's right. He can't wait to go cover an NFL game in Hammond, Indiana, let me tell you. Jeff,
I got to ask you, Nate, did you see the ski jumper from Wakanda?
Wait, there was a ski jumper from Wakanda?
There was a ski jumper from Wakanda.
How do I not know this?
Because they lost.
You got to get on it, man.
All right. I'm on it, man. I'm checking it out. Leggy, good stuff, buddy.
Thanks, fellas. We'll see you.
All right. Jeff Legwold of ESPN with us right there. Dan Hyatt, 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't. You don't want to miss it. We're talking clutch situations next. Hey dudes, Nate Kreckman, and I am here for Roller Auction. Go to roller.bid, check out all the auctions available to bid right now. It's so fun to peruse the website at roller.bid. They have got an open box auction going on right now. Factory return home goods, electronics, and general merchandise. And I'm looking at these 4th generation Apple AirPods. I got a pair available for $14.50, a pair available for $15, a pair available for $20. Just go to roller.bid right now. AirPods, guys, you lose them all the time. You break them all the time. Pick up a new inexpensive pair of AirPods at the Planet Open Box auction right now at roller.bid. And make sure you go to roller.bid/altitude to sign up to bid, because that enters you to win tickets. We have got our next giveaway, catered suite tickets, Avalanche Penguins. You want to win those tickets? Go to roller.bid/altitude and sign up. And hey, while you're there, bid on a nice inexpensive pair of AirPods with our friends from Roller Auction. Nuggets lose 115-114 last night. Jamal Murray clanks the third free throw. Hideous finish to that game. Nuggets in Portland tonight to play the Blazers. Of course, you listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Joining the Kreckman and Lindahl show right now is NBA statistician Dan Hyatt. 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't. Dan, we were going over some of the clutch numbers earlier in the show. This team continues to be terrible in late and close situations. What can you tell us about why this is happening and what's happening?
I don't know why. I don't know why all of a sudden they're not clutch. I'd like to think that it's because these guys haven't gotten a rhythm together with DA, right? With Adelman. I mean, you look at, if you've got Jokic and Murray on the court together, Jokic was the runner-up in clutch player of the year last year, right? We know what Murray is capable of. I don't think it's lack of them being unable to really have a good feel for what a clutch situation is. But I think Adelman's fighting it a little bit in terms of how to manage everything late. And that's okay. And I think this is the time to do that. But in terms of, when you look at those clutch numbers, you gave the stat I had earlier about without Jokic. With Jokic in there, they're 6-12 in clutch games. And then without him, they're 8-2. But the 8-2 run in January, I was looking back at those games. Milwaukee twice without Giannis, New Orleans, Washington, Brooklyn. Those are teams you shouldn't have been in clutch situations against in the first place.
Right.
And then these last couple of games in February, you're looking at, in New York against the Knicks, you took them to double overtime. Against the Pistons, the best in the East, the Cavaliers. That's 3 of the top 4 teams in the East. So there's a way to spin this to make everyone a little bit more comfortable while this team is uncomfortable in the clutch. But the problem is, if you look at the numbers straight up, the clutch at 14-14 of the record is not what they've been before. It's the defense that really is the red flag for me, because they can score. When Jokic is in there in clutch situations, they're scoring. They're scoring at a high level. When he's in there or not in there, their defense is atrocious in the clutch. They're allowing almost 13 points per game in clutch situations. That is the flat worst in the league.
Ugh.
And if you look at defensive rating, the only team worst in clutch defense is Brooklyn. And they don't care. They are trying to lose. So the inability for them to get stops late, which is what we saw last night, is alarming. That's got to be fixed. I think what we're seeing with a lot of the players individually, like Christian and Cam, is while they're back and healthy, their legs aren't under them defensively. So when all of a sudden there's pressure situations and they have to, defend on the perimeter and watch a guy get in on them, there's a lot of fouls. I mean, Christian's given up 3 or 4 fouls per game. Cam had a bunch of fouls. That's not like them. They're 1 to 2, maybe 3 a game. They're looking at 3 or 4 per game. And I know that you want them to get more physical, but that's not where you want to get physical in these fourth quarters. The free throw, to allow the Clippers to have 22 fourth quarter free throws last night, which is the most anybody's had in any fourth quarter of any game this year, is bad. But I think that's because they're just not healthy enough to perform the way that they need to in the clutch.
Well, but Dan, to add to your point, what bothers me is not only you're talking about the clutch defense, you're not only giving up the shots, you're not even giving up good contested ones. You know what I mean? Like that run out to Lopez last. What the hell are you doing? You're not even making it hard.
Lopez had another dunk last night too when Jamal got pinned in the corner.
Right.
It was yeah. How about that? Defensively in clutch situations, they're tanking bad. That's what we just learned.
That's great.
From Dan Hyatt.
Yeah, Dan, all that make us feel better stuff? No, you just took it away right there.
All right.
I did try to spin it where it's like, hey, the games and the matchups, there's lots of ways to feel better about it, but it's gross right now. It really is.
17 turnovers last night. They gave up 21 points off of those 17 turnovers. Again, in a game you lose by 1. Obviously, that is notable. Jokic's turnovers are way up since he has returned. Let's talk turnovers.
Yeah, I mean they're bad. 22 in 3 games is the most Jokic has had. He's pressing with some of these possessions. The reason I wanted to focus on turnovers is because while the number is high, the Nuggets have had this history the last couple of years of winning a lot of games with turnovers. They make a lot of passes. Jokic takes a lot of chances, and his turnover rate's higher than you'd think because he's looking for things. He's trying to create. Right now, it's a little bit over the top. You're looking at about 4 or 5 average per game since he's been back. But the stat that's important to remember is that the Nuggets are 5th lowest in the league in shooting possessions per game. Right? They've got a historically good offense right now, averaging over 120 per game. That's going to rank top 25 maybe in the history of the sport, while they're only taking 98 shooting possessions per game, which is very low. But it's because their effective field goal percentage, right? You take all their 2s and your 3s, and you come up with a stat that gives you all your shooting. They're the best in the league at 57%. One of the best field goal percentage teams we've seen in a long time. So when you're talking about a turnover, it's bad because you're giving up a shooting possession, and they're one of the best shooting teams in the league. What's worse is the points they're allowing on the turnovers. That's where we're not going to win a playoff series with the numbers that they're posting right now, because a turnover that leads to a point on the other end is a swing of minimum 4 points, and that's the problem. If you're shooting 57 effective field goal percentage, and you're allowing 20 points per game allowed on your turnovers since Jokic is back. That's insane. 6 of these 8 games since his return have seen 20 or more points you've given the other team on your own turnovers. And those are all shots you didn't take. So that's the biggest red flag for me, is because you can talk about the clutch failures last night. Hardaway's foul, Cam's inability to defend Brook on the break, Murray's free throws. The free throws, it sucks. It's like a kicker, you can miss a free throw earlier in the game. It doesn't matter as much. You missed one at the end to lose the game, right? That's hard. The Nuggets are 5th in free throw percentage on the year. They are 5th in free throw percentage in fourth quarters, but they are 16th in free throw percentage in the clutch. That's a thing, right? That's something that for whatever reason, that's a thing.
Like, is that conditioning? Is it conditioning? That's what I then have to wonder. Like, are your legs dead? And that's why you're missing free throws at the
35, 36 minutes per game for guys like Murray and Jokic who are taking those shots.
Yeah.
5 missed free throws in the fourth quarter last night is wild.
Yeah.
It's just something they've never dealt with before.
And Derrick Jones is going to the line and just banging everyone that he sees. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're getting hacked. And the Clippers, this is now 3 games against the Clippers, and I think the Nuggets are taking 25 to 30 free throws a game. The Clippers have a game plan. They're going to foul you. They're going to make you go to the free throw line. But for whatever reason, it's taxing on these Nuggets players later in games. The free throw percentage is going down. And that's not something they're used to.
You shoot too well to not take shots. That's, again, that's a good note right there from Dan Hyde. All right, that's 2 Nugget stats we needed to know. Give us a Nugget stat we don't need to know today, Dan.
Well, so last week in San Antonio at this rodeo, was watching this smash burger. This was like a car wreck.
Hot Cheetos, Twinkies, smash burger. Yeah.
The way that they're making these burgers, right? It's all sorts of grease and lard, and they're doing all the things. But then they open up a packet. They open up a Twinkie, and they put the Twinkie on the burger. But then somebody somewhere was like, one's not enough. There's room for 2. So then they put the second on there, and it's a smash burger because the Twinkie is so high, they have to actually smash it down, right? So I watched them eat these things, and I kind of did my best guess as that the calories of this thing, it's probably about 5,000, 6,000 per burger.
Enough for a weight.
The stat you didn't even know is that's a little over half of what the most caloric meal offered in this great country of ours. And that is the Heart Attack Grill in Vegas, the quadruple bypass burger, right? Aptly named. 4 half-pound patties, 3 tablespoons of just lard. Like, they just put the lard on top for fun. 20 slices of bacon, 8 slices of American cheese, all this caramelized onion that they bake in lard first because you need more. They throw on 8 tomato slices, which is just funny because why? Then you've got tablespoons of mayonnaise, ketchup, mustard. It's 9,900 calories. You add fries and a shake, you're at 12,400. So that's the stat you don't need to know is, I mean, that's number 1, but like numbers 20 through 2 are all 8,000 plus. And it's all of these places that pride themselves on we don't care. Life, you only live once, eat this. The thing that reminded me of all of this when I was at the rodeo was, Nate, do you remember back 20 years ago, 2005, Steelers are here playing the Broncos and the Roethlisberger debuts, right? Mm-hmm. So in 2004, Pepe's in Pittsburgh is a real popular deli, one of the best that there is. They have a grill. They're making these Roethlisbergers, which is all this meat with sausage packed in the meat for fun. And then they flew them out. They ships them out to us at ESPN Radio, and we ate them. And it's basically this huge patty, all this stuff. And then they just crack fried eggs on top. And those things were about 4,500 calories a pop. And I ate one of those while we were doing a show. And I've never felt so. So that's why I will not touch your question, Andy. I didn't eat this thing, but I felt like I did watching someone else fight through this.
Do you remember the Gilby burger too? Burger King did like a triple Whopper for Gilbert Brown of the Packers as the D tackle. I remember that during the
triple
heydays.
Whopper.
Yeah. By the way, at the Heart Attack Grill, because I saw that thing on a travel channel before it was just all the haunted channel. Apparently, I saw a headline. Someone did finally die of a heart attack at the Heart Attack Grill. So what a shock!
You'd assume it would happen at some point.
Yeah. Well,
I mean, you can't have a lawsuit. It's right there.
Yeah, it says it. It warns it.
You forget when you leave Denver that other places, especially Texas, which is one of the worst, that the people just have a hard time really caring about taking care of themselves. And I'm watching this rodeo. They're dipping everything in things that just. You don't need to dip it, just eat it. It's fine. But like you got to deep fry it and then put the spicy hot Cheetos on it
and get some ranch with it.
It's just fascinating. But these are also you're also at this giant. The rodeo in San Antonio is the second biggest in the country, and you're also talking about all these animals around that are just huge and fat also. So it all just kind of blends together in a really good time.
Next time you go, look for Fire in the Hole cookers. That's my uncle.
Things are bigger in
competes
Texas
out there, so
including coronaries. Everybody, Dan Hyatt, 2 Nugget stats you need to know and 1 you don't. Dan, excellent work. We'll talk to you next week, buddy.
All right, boys. Be good.
Right, Dan Hyatt with us right there. By the way, the Heart Attack Grill, I Googled in the break. I've never seen this place before. The servers, Andy, they all dress in skimpy nurse outfits.
That was the other thing about it. Yeah, it's not. It's like Hooters on crack.
Yeah, I see what's going on there.
That'll be you'll have a good image before you die.
12,400 calories.
Yeah, they're all nurses. It's a nurse theme because it's the Heart Attack Grill. At least it was.
I'm not
on the
sure
Travel Channel.
These ladies actually have any medical training.
I'm clear that they don't.
Okay.
And I don't think they're running to your rescue if something goes down in their stilettos.
5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL coming up next. We got football news on a Friday afternoon. Let's dive right into it, Mark Springer. Let's go.
Hey, celebrate $5 Fridays at Papa Murphy's. On Fridays only, get a large thin crust cheese, sausage, or pepperoni pizza for just $5. Order online now at papamurphys.com. Andy Reid, Chiefs head coach, talking to the media here on this Friday.
Has he ever been to the Heart Attack Grill?
Oh, I wonder.
Well, he's talking about a guy who's on the verge of a heart attack. That's Travis Kelce because he's old. He's old.
Wow.
It's falling apart.
Holy cow.
At just 36 years old. He's super old, at least in football parlance. He's also a free agent. And Andy Reid was asked, are they talking with Travis Kelce about another season with the Chiefs?
I've said this before to you. Just as long as there's communication, I'm good. That means people want to move forward, and I think that's where Travis. I'm not trying to put words in his mouth at all, and I try to give him some space here. He's been doing this a long time, and he can sort all that out as he goes forward. But we're proceeding with that, and there is communication going on.
He's not going anywhere, right? He'll either play for the Chiefs or he won't play. Isn't that kind of what this feels like?
I would absolutely assume so.
Yeah.
I'm sure Andy Reid would like to know as they enter the off season. Like, this guy still led the team in targets and catches last year, and it's, like, while he's 36 and his body is falling apart, Andy, like, this is what happens with old football players. They get into the offseason, the body recovers, he'll come back. If he wants to play, he'll come back and he'll be ready to go. But in the meantime, the Chiefs are just like, we're worried about roster construction right now. He's still a really good player. Like, I don't think he's a top 5 tight end in the game anymore, but like,
he'd be better than the Broncos selection.
I was gonna say, I can make an argument he's top 10 in the very least, but again, like, you need to know that thing at this stage of the game, because this is where, going into free agency, and you're freeing up all that money with restructuring Mahomes' deal, going into the draft, you might like to know if the guy's going to play or not.
Kind of funny, I just got an update from Adam Schefter, who just retweeted this same story that Spring read. So it sounds like Adam's listening to the show, and he's like, oh, Spring, you're right. Let me get this out in the world.
He's dead on.
Look at you making the movers and shakers move there, Spring.
They only move and shake when Mark Springer moves and shakes.
Springer's
them.
like, look, man, the world needs to know about this, and Schefter said, done.
What do you think Shefty does at 5 every day? We know what he does.
Well, you got to remember, it's 7, I think, where he is.
Well,
is it?
He's disappointed that we don't fit 7 stories into it.
Well,
which I would say to Adam Schefter, we're lucky if we ever get to 5.
Yeah, Mark would tell you he's lucky to get 3.
Go ahead, Spring.
High 5. Got more Chiefs news. Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce, along with their restaurant partners, alleging trademark infringement. They're being sued. The complaint centers on their use of the numbers specific to 1587 Prime, the name of their restaurant in Kansas City. Mahomes and Kelce, along with business partners Noble 33, opened their steakhouse last year, combining their 2 jersey numbers, 15 and 87, to give them the name 1587. There's a sneaker company, 1587, that alleges that the restaurant name infringes on its usage of the identical number combination.
Dude, this is stupid. This is like when one band you never heard of sued another band that's actually going somewhere because it was theirs first.
What are the odds that it's not 1582?
Yeah.
Not 1463. But 1587, and oh, by the way, we just happen to name our shoes this.
Yeah, this feels like let me sue you because I think you have money.
This also feels like let me sue you so people can have heard of 1587
and then we'll
sneakers
drop the lawsuit.
Now. Yes, is probably what it's going to be.
That's a great call by you. Again, impeccable sense for fraudulent feeling activity.
I know when a scam is happening, Andy.
No, I believe you.
My antenna is up.
I got news for you. I've heard of a lot of sneakers. Never heard of 1587.
Nor have I, but you know what? Maybe I'll Google them now. Go ahead, Spring.
High 5. Thought this was interesting. Mike Florio wrote about this in Pro Football Talk today, referencing John Orand Puck. Puck closely follows sports media deals. And for the NFL, with the exception of ESPN,
all of their broadcasting partners, those contracts can be ended after 2029. Orand writes that the NBA's cost per viewer hour triples the NFL's existing figure. That could lead to a possible doubling of the current $10 billion per year haul the NFL gets solely from its broadcast rights. The NFL teams could go from getting just over $300 million per year to $625 million per year. He writes that it's possible that streamers like Netflix and YouTube could get 5-game packages, and Amazon might try to flip their current Thursday night football package into the Sunday night football deal.
No.
All right.
Al Michaels is like, I'm sick of these crap games. I'm not doing them anymore if you don't get me back on Sunday nights.
I wanna fold this story into, and let's just think about one of the other massive NFL stories this week is that the Chicago Bears, in their attempt to be able to pilfer money out of the public for the sake of a football stadium, are threatening to move their football team to Hammond, Indiana, Wolf Lake in Hammond, Indiana. And again, listen to these numbers that Mark Springer just gave you. The teams could go from getting $312.5 million each to $625 million each annually. And you need to go to Hammond, Indiana with your hand out for a football stadium?
Look, dude, you were on it yesterday. You had the story. They want their $60 million that's still owed wiped away.
Yes.
Right? They want that $60 million debt taken away.
Yes.
Period.
What are we doing here?
No, you're right. And it's also, but see, this is why we also talked about the other major story of the week was the Seattle Seahawks are in fact for sale, as was reported before the Super Bowl.
Yep.
And you and I were talking about how many totally rich people are left to be able to do the $10 billion price tag that we're talking about. Well, one of those people is Jeff Bezos, but if this is true, he cannot own the company that broadcasts NFL games and an NFL team, right? I don't think he can do both. So that, to me, would take him off the ownership list. He'd have to do something to get rid of Amazon.
I don't know, Andy. Tom Brady is a part owner of an NFL team
right. Well,
and also an NFL broadcaster. Like, the conflicts of interest, they are aplenty.
I guess if you're willing to write the check, maybe they don't care.
Doesn't
if you're
Jerry
still gonna
Jones doesn't he own the company that runs like sweet sales and sweet services for like multiple other NFL stadiums?
Right. I did not know that, but you might be right.
But
I don't think Bezos is interested, but maybe he is. I don't know.
Go ahead, Spring.
High five. New Falcons team president Matt Ryan went on Sirius XM NFL radio. He was asked this about Michael Penix Jr.
Have you had a chance to sit down and talk with Michael? And what are your expectations? How do you bring him along?
Well, yes, I have had the opportunity to sit with Michael. And, number one, how do we bring him along? Hey, man, you get healthy first, right? And Rich, you know this. Bruce, you know this. Like, the first thing you got to do is get yourself in a place where we can practice and do that. So job number one for Michael is to keep doing exactly what he's doing. He's been in our building, doing his rehab. He's in a good place right now. As a player, former player, like, it never leaves me. Everybody's like, when is he going to be back? Well, you don't know. There's ups and downs that come with that rehab space, but we feel like we're on track and in a good space with Michael right now. How do you help him improve? Listen, number one, it starts with surrounding him with really solid coaches. I'm excited about Alex Van Pelt coming in.
I've known Alex a long time.
Exactly.
He's a good one.
He's a good football coach, and coming in, and you talk about the wealth of experience that he has for a young player like Michael. I think that's really good. You go to the fundamentals. To me, it always comes down to the fundamentals. Do we start with our feet? And I know in that interview process, Alex is going to hammer the footwork and going to hammer, getting the basics right. So it starts with the basics. Michael does a great job. He can spin the football. We're excited about what he does, and we're excited about the staff we're putting around him.
So wait, does he have to get healthy or does he have to learn the basics?
A little both.
Okay.
I think he's got to get healthy to learn the basics. And
Okay.
I don't know. That doesn't sound like a guy that is completely convinced that's his due to the future.
Nope, and nor should it be.
No, he's right. You're just too hurt.
Yeah,
bro.
you and I don't know if it's going to be Cousins or who it is, but there has to be competition.
Well, he's
got
to. You know what? You got to get healthy, and then I got to make sure you stay healthy.
Yes. So there
Which
you
has
go.
been your problem.
5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. Really quickly, Andy, quick update on 1587 sneakers.
Yeah.
Why are they 1587?
Is it the address?
No. Listen to this. It is an Asian American owned company. And as they write, our Asian American story began in 1587, the first documented year that Asians landed in America. We want to honor the legacy that started our Asian American story with our namesake, the same bold spirit and desire for the extraordinary.
Good for them. Great backstory.
Hell
now,
of a coincidence.
Show me though. Have you seen any of the shoes? Like, have you seen any 1587 shoes now that you're on the website?
Yes, I see them on the website.
No, I mean, have you ever seen them out of, like, have you ever been like, oh, I've seen those before?
No.
I'm not familiar at all with this brand.
But to be fair, I am so like
Not shoe guy?
I'm shoe blind.
Sure.
So I could have been in their proximity. I would have never known. I don't look at people's shoes.
No, I get that, but look, the bottom line is I think both brands can exist without one infringing on the other. That's all I guess I'm saying.
I think what it means is Mahomes is going to have to change his number, okay?
1587 hashtag.
You can be 1687. You can sell some new jerseys.
Yeah.
It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Okay, we got Nuggets Rage that we got to dive back into. Andy, I got an update from Rocky's spring training that I need to give you here coming up in just a moment. Plus a local college basketball story that we have been tracking has an update. I will give that to you when we return. We got a lot to do. It's a Friday afternoon. It's KNL. It's Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How's your love life?
All right, it is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. And we have tickets to give away here on KNL. We'll give away more tickets next week on a Ska Friday. But, Andy, we have tickets to the Dropkick Murphys next Sunday at the Mission Ballroom. And we will give away one pair right now. We'll give more pairs away next week on Ska Friday. By the way, people are like, Dropkick Murphys aren't a ska band. We do ska and punk and all that good stuff. Plus, the Agrolites are opening up, legendary ska band. Therefore, it all fits together.
And we just had Papa Murphy $5 Fridays.
So
it all works out.
See,
There's a Papa Murphy to the Dropkick Murphys. If they could all get a man, maybe the Dropkicks get a Papa Murphys as they get ready to go on.
Well, I'll tell you what we'll do. We will give away tickets via a little bit of Name That Murphy. Name That Murphy.
Okay.
All right. Text your answer in to 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Text your answer in. One lucky listener that texts in the correct answer will win a pair of tickets for the Dropkick Murphys show a week from Sunday. Here is the Murphy to name. Andy, known as Qualcomm Stadium beginning in 1997, home of the Padres and the Chargers, named for a San Diego sports writer, what was the name of that stadium before they changed it to the Q? Name that, Murphy.
I can. You don't want me to, though, right? You
I
want
don't.
people to text it in.
I want people to send in the answer.
This guy was known, and he was known for many trades.
Yes. Name that, Murphy. 303-504-0925. Text your answer in right now. Former home of the Padres and Chargers in San Diego. Name that, Murphy. 303-504-0925. One lucky listener that gets it correct will win a pair of tickets for the Dropkick Murphys Sunday, March 1st at the Mission Ballroom.
Remember, he was a Murphy, not a Corrigan.
He didn't. By the way, Corrigan was on the air today. They're doing partner tryouts to figure out who's going to get Schemmel's job. Partner tryouts, Andy.
I did that one time. We did do this during my time there for the Broncos. Who? Spring? The Broncos. Yeah, it's about how disappointing I think it was to everybody. I did a preseason game with Logan as color. It was against the Cardinals because, of course, it always was.
And you didn't get the gig.
Yeah, that's one of those where you knew you're getting the interview. But, they'd rolled through. Matter of fact, I think really deep down what was going on, because I think Corrigan actually did do a game with Dave. Mm-hmm. I know Alan Roach did a game with Dave. That's when we had that cab ride I told you about.
Yeah.
And I was doing sidelines. But I think what really was going on, I'm trying to remember who ended up getting it, but I think they were trying to get a negotiation done with the ultimate person they knew would get the job.
Was it McCaffrey?
No.
When he got the gig?
I can't remember. It would have been, I think, Brian Greasy was ultimately who we worked it out with.
I remember when Greasy did.
Because I did a few years with Greasy, then with McCaffrey, but yeah.
Okay.
But I think Brian, a savvy business guy, had a few more negotiations that drug on a little quicker than they thought, so we all got to do a game. But it was like that interview you knew you were getting just to get, but you had no shot at the job.
It's always, how many of those tapes I've sent out before where I'm like, they're not going to call me.
I kind of feel like I did one of those 2 weeks ago.
Hey, you did a tryout show with me once and
got the job.
Look at that.
Yeah.
Here we are, almost 7 full years later. Yeah. That's right.
Woo! I was trying to scratch a different itch in this building, and we'll see. Yeah. I don't think we'll see it all, but not that you and I are going anywhere. That wouldn't, this would be something that would complement what we do.
Okay, I want to go back to something that Dan Hyatt was talking about earlier regarding the Nuggets and how craptacular they are in clutch situations, why they're losing these games. I already went nuclear on David Adelman today. I don't think he was good enough last night. Flat out, I think he did a bad job in clutch situations.
You and I had our pre-show call, and both of us were highly irritated.
Yes. I thought Adelman was flat out bad last night.
Yeah.
I thought Ty Lue coached circles around him, and I think that there were mistakes that were made that were directly reflective of poor coaching.
And I'd like to add, I'm also kind of tired of watching, like, to me, because some people are like, well, you know, the turnovers aren't his fault and this not his fault. Guess what, folks? When I keep watching the same storyline play out and the same mistakes being made, as a coach, your job is to correct that. And it's not getting corrected right now. Too many things are continuing to happen to cost you games that you should be fixing. And it's frustrating me.
Last night, bad communication on a switch leads to a Lopez dunk.
Yeah, can we go back to that, by the way? I've been meaning to say this a couple of times because, Scotty, and you reinforced it earlier. We heard that both that I guess Cam and Jokic talked before that run out.
That's what Adelman said.
Right, but did you talk to them? Are we sure we were all on the same page? Why? This goes back to your point about you got veteran players, Nate. Were you in on the conversation to make sure everybody was clear?
It's a mental error. It's a mental error. It's the same as Tim Hardaway fouling with a 6-second difference between game and shot clock.
Where you, as David Adelman, goes just as Scotty did on the broadcast. Tim, guys, no foul.
You don't need to foul
here.
And yet your guy's on the floor and he makes a mental mistake. And
then he looks to the clock. He's like, oh.
And that's a guy that you elected to have on the floor in a clutch situation, even though he was terrible last night. Then he doesn't defend Matherin. He doesn't front him on the inbounds. And Hardaway was bad in clutch situations last night. My concern with David Adelman, Andy, and this was my concern going into the season, was when you have been an assistant coach as long as he has been, you have a very different relationship with the players. When you move into the next chair, there is an interpersonal dynamic that you then have to be able to get past. Michael Malone never had that with these guys. Malone could always just be the heavy. He could always just be the a-hole because he didn't have the connection to those players. When you coach veterans, you have to be able to do that stuff. Adelman has been in a different position for years. That's not a knock on his basketball expertise or anything else like that. That's just an interpersonal dynamic that I think is always challenging in any assistant promotion to head coach situation, particularly so in this sport, particularly so with this team that has championship pedigree veterans all over the place. Are you, when David Adelman looks at the tape, is he able to get after Nikola Jokic and Jamal Murray and veterans like Tim Hardaway and Jonas Valanciunas and Cam Johnson? Is he able to get after these guys the way that he needs to? Because last night it looked like it wasn't happening.
It's a great question, Nate. Even to your point of why did you look, one of the things that we talked about that changed when Adelman took over for Malone was it wasn't just automatic guys go back into the game. I mean, he fell into a little bit of that because, to your point, we both love Tim Hardaway Jr. and what he's brought to this team this year. But last night was probably not his game to close out. He was not hitting his shot. It just wasn't there. And that one felt like one of those, well, this is what I do, so I'm going to go back to it. And look, what my big concern is, and I said this to you earlier, and this is the yin and yang of you and me in this show, and I don't know that I can quite put my finger on it, but I am a vibes guy. You're more about the data and the stats, and anybody that's listening to this show, this has been for a while.
I'm an execution guy.
You're an execution guy. I'm just telling you, and you brought it up, and you had said at the beginning of the show, no, there's no time to be tired. We've had the All-Star break. You need to be mentally over that at this point. Now I get Jamal and Jokic had a long weekend and all that stuff, but guess what? You needed that game last night.
Yeah.
You're now fourth place in the Western Conference, and you're setting yourself up for a second-round matchup with the Thunder that's going to suck. Something is off with this team. And to me, Nate, after everybody just got back from a long break, it just feels like there's a mental tiredness or something going on. The whole we got the grump out of the room, that stuff, that's long gone now. That's long gone. And there is a weird dynamic. Like, you know what else I found kind of weird? How about, like, Big Val seems edgy to me.
Got into it last night.
Yeah, and I get you don't like being shoved around, but even he, like, there's just some guys that feel grumpy to me, and I'm kind of wondering what. I know the schedule sucks sometimes, but you just got a week break from it.
I was kind of confused, by the way, on that whole thing. Like Val got teed up because he and Niederhauser got
they
tied
wrestled
up.
each other basically.
Exactly, which that's going to happen sometimes. And again, like, I assume with the both of them, like you can give them both a technical, just cancel it out and get on with your life. But then it was Matherin that came in and shoved Valanciunas, and Chris Dunn jumped in there as well. And I believe they both got teed up in that situation as well. But why is Valanciunas then also getting teed up if Niederhauser isn't? Like, shouldn't the technicals be going to the guys that then jumped into
because
it?
Niederhauser's the one that started it, because all Val was trying to do was just kind of, I think at first, Val was kind of trying to steady himself and got hacked off that he got shoved.
I think Val elbowed him in the face and Niederhauser reacted, but it's a couple of grizzly bears that are wrestling underneath the bucket. Like, leave it alone, and then it turned into a stupid thing.
Well, and again, if they've got more technicals than you do, shouldn't... Oh, well.
My other Adelman
that was not why they lost.
From last night was that he made a substitution between free throws 2 and 3 from Jamal Murray.
And it was a great point.
And it left Jamal Murray standing at the line, and I think he iced him. I legit think he iced him.
You counted it.
35 seconds.
Yep.
35 seconds of Jamal Murray standing at the line in front of the wall, already exhausted with one free throw to shoot to tie the game and send it to overtime. And in that moment, right between free throws 2 and 3, Adelman freaked out on the bench and instantly sent Bruce Brown and Christian Brown and Jonas Valanciunas into the game. Which also, by the way, Andy, like if Valanciunas was the only one of those subs that mattered at that point. Okay, I want another big on the floor in a tip-in situation. I can't argue with that. Bruce Brown and Christian, who cares? There's 0.9 seconds left. What are you doing?
Well, and again, I would ask you, because we heard it when you had the great exercise of playing the callback from Kaz, as you let everybody feel how long the time was between one free throw and the final, what could have been the tying free throw. And it was interesting because we also noticed during that audio, Adelman gets his guys in, and then
Ty Lue
gets a look, kind of like in what we have with the Patriots going on with slow playing their subs on the Broncos.
Yeah, Ty Lue's just like, I'll let Jamal Murray stand there a while longer.
Well, hey, if we're already subbing, well, I get my turn too.
Yeah.
Guys, get in there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I'm not even sure, even if you just sub Val, that it was worth what happened there.
It was so overthought. And it just, again, it looked like a coach that lost his cool in the most critical moment of the game.
Can I ask you this? And we don't know yet. And I don't, look, all I know is the Nuggets have a new defensive coach and their defense hasn't been great.
Oh, no, it's terrible.
It's really bad.
It's terrible.
Dan Hyatt had the clutch defense stat where they're only behind Brooklyn, who's trying to tank as far as how bad they are in clutch situation defense.
And that added into his second stat, by the way, where he talked about how the Nuggets have the 5th lowest number of shooting possessions in the league. Okay, so what that means is possessions that end with a shot. They are the best shooting team in the NBA, and they're atrocious defensively. Meaning that if the Nuggets don't get a shot up in a possession, that is death for you, because you're probably not getting a stop at the other end of the floor because of how poor you are defensively.
It's a great thing to point out. Something else I noticed last night, and I just don't want. My quick point is, and we don't need to answer, so I want to make the other point. My quick point to finish that last thought. I wonder if Adelman will rethink his coaching staff after this year, now that he's learned some stuff. That being said, we won't know. What I noticed last night that I was going to mention to you right away that I started thinking about, with Jokic not quite being back to Jokic, it feels like even though you're getting some of your guys back, because it happened in the second half, when your threes aren't falling, this team's dead.
It's clunky.
It's wild to me.
Yeah, it's clunky.
A team that is never, I don't feel like they've lived off their threes in the past. All of a sudden, without Jokic doing his thing, they don't hit threes because Bruce and Julian quit hitting threes.
Yeah.
You couldn't hang with them anymore.
No, it was the turnovers are killer. And when they are getting looks, they got to go down, and you can't go cold the way that you did. You can't miss a bunch of free throws in front of the wall like you did in the second half last night. Jokic, by the way, last 7 games, 5.1 turnovers per season, averages 3.8. So he's up like almost a turnover and a half per game. And again, when you talk about how bad this team is defensively, the points they're giving up over off turnovers, those are killers. Like 5 losses in the last 7 games where his turnovers are up. 3 of those are 1-possession losses, and the other one was the double overtime loss at the Garden against the Knicks. Like, those turnovers are killers right now, and he's playing sloppy ball without his health being there.
Another guy I want to point out, there are 2 residents of Ball Arena as professional athletes that I think played the first part of their seasons out of their mind. One was Scott Wedgwood. And I've told you, I'm a little worried if Scott Wedgwood isn't going to be like the top Vezina candidate as he was basically through January in this weird back injury. Are the Avs really as good as we thought? Because I thought he covered up a lot of mistakes with his just amazing goaltending. Now, this guy hasn't played to that level, but are you worried at all with Spencer Jones coming back last night, not quite hitting that 3 ball a couple? Because Scott said a couple of times, you got to hit that one. Are you a little worried that,
I hope
it's only one game.
Right. I hope that. I was also surprised he didn't start him last night, that he went with Strother over Jones last night.
I just hope
Julian
sometimes
played,
guys have a great first half of the season, not a second. I hope that's not about to happen.
Coming off the concussion, who knows? Who knows? It's something to watch out for. Andy, were you able to name that Murphy?
Yes. Would you like me to say it?
I would.
Jack Murphy Stadium.
Jack Murphy.
I believe. Now, when did you say they went to Qualcomm? So did the Broncos?
97.
I thought the Broncos had won their first Super Bowl in Jack Murphy, but I guess it was Qualcomm.
They went to the Q from 97 to 2017. The Murph then became Qualcomm Stadium. The naming rights expired in 2017, were purchased by San Diego County Credit Union, renaming the stadium to SDCCU Stadium on September 19th, 2017.
Yep, I was in that stadium, I think, one time for that name. I'm telling you, it was a cool stadium.
It was.
I liked it a lot.
The only game I ever saw there, by the way, the only game I ever saw at the Murph was a college football game.
Really?
I went to a San Diego State, New Mexico game at the Murph. There was nobody there. Nobody.
I remember a couple things I'll remember. The 2015 game was very famous
Hold
there.
that thought.
San Diego Superchargers, San Diego Chargers.
Okay, continue.
You really got to kind of hit the old jewels to try to hit that note. I'll 2015 Broncos are playing there in the magical season.
Yeah.
And
it was all Bronco.
There's all Bronco fans.
Yeah.
Brock Osweiler got his first start. There was so much noise in Philip Rivers' own building in his own end zone from Bronco fans. He had to call a timeout, and he dog cussed everybody on the way to the sideline. He was so mad about it. And Bronco fans actually were harassing the San Diego cheerleaders. And they didn't know where to go because they kept on one side, trying to get the cheer going, and it was nothing but Bronco fans behind the Bronco bench.
I do want to point out that dog cussing from Philip Rivers featured no expletives.
No, you're absolutely right, but it was like, daggone, dog, dang, and you could see his body language on the screen. He kept pointing back to the wall because remember, one side, the fans were up on a wall.
Yeah.
It wasn't it wasn't just rows of seats right behind it, but they were so loud. That was great.
Spring, who won the Dropkick Murphys tickets?
Jason Phillips.
Way to go, Jason. Congratulations. Jason Phillips Rivers, you have won yourself a pair of tickets for the Dropkick Murphys a week from Sunday, Mission Ballroom. Congratulations. We'll give more tickets to this show away next Friday on Ska Friday. Kreckman and Lindahl show, Rockies updates, college buckets, and a couple of notes ahead of USA Canada for the gold medal on Sunday morning. Still to come. All right, couple of notes to hit before we get out of here on a Friday afternoon. Andy, Rocky spring training is happening. Chris Bryant is, as far as we know, still there, but he is not participating in baseball activities.
What a shock.
But
he showed up.
He can't.
He went Costanza.
Listen to this quote from Chris Bryant. This is talking to Patrick Saunders at the Denver Post. Anytime my feet hit the ground, I feel like I could probably fall over. It's unfortunate and obviously not how I want this to go. I'm here to figure things out and find out if there is a way to get better. As he struggles with a degenerative back condition that makes everyday life painful and is threatening to end his career. Although, according to Saunders, he is still not conceded that retirement is inevitable, saying he doesn't want to go there. The Rockies have put him on the 60-day IL. According to reports, it seems as though there is a consensus with the organization. He's done, and there's still 3 years left on his deal, and the Rockies they'll have to pay him. They got to pay him because that's collectively bargained.
Yep.
Uh-huh.
Is he, even though he's the one that did it, is Chris Bryant the reason Dick Monfort wants a cap and some different stuff?
No.
He just wants
it's 100% is whining about the Dodgers. Yeah. The funniest thing about that is they've gone to pain lengths, first off, to hire Josh Burns, hire D. Podesta, guys that had been with the Dodgers. And right now they're trying to revamp their farm system to look like the Dodgers operation, not with as many resources because of the Rockies. They won't spend like that. But they're doing everything they can to try and basically make a carbon copy of everything that makes the Dodgers the most special organization in all of baseball. And meanwhile, Dick Monfort just wants to whine about them paying Kyle Tucker. You know, whine about them paying Shohei. It's just the payroll thing. Just drives him up the wall.
You know, they've got a pretty good TV deal, though.
Oh, they have an incredible television
Too many
deal.
of these teams don't.
It's the most well-run organization in professional sports. It is the gold standard at every single level. They are the best in baseball. And there's a lot of organizations in that sport. They have no interest in trying to be good.
Don't want to spend that kind of money to do what they're doing.
Exactly. It's I'd rather do every last thing on the cheap. So again, instead of basically the baseball owner strategy here isn't to aspire to greatness. It's to hey, you're trying too hard and it's making us look bad.
We're gonna make more rules.
Exactly. So that's what they're doing to the Dodgers right now.
Anyway, so Chris Bryant not going to be suiting him up this spring, right?
No, he's already on the 60-day IL.
Summer.
Yeah. Again, 3 years left on the contract. He's there.
But why?
They got to pay him.
Okay, but why? I don't care.
Why what?
Why I'm around.
Oh, no, he literally has to be there.
Why not? I'm saying from a Rockies point of view, let him go.
They need, and they will. Right now, it's all trying to get worked out. They're trying to figure out whatever workman's comp and insurance situation. They need to be able to figure out that this is less out of their own pocket. He is going to go, but right now, there is it's collectively bargained. He's under contract as a baseball player for the Rockies, so they can't tell him, they can't lock him out. They can't tell him he can't be there, and he has to be there so that he can get his money.
Cool, Carl.
I know, right?
Great stuff.
Yeah. Cool, Carl. All because you executed the worst trade in the history of Denver sports and shipped off Nolan Arenado, and then you were too cynical and worried that people weren't going to want to come to your ballpark, so you said, I'll pay a name in Chris Bryant, even though he was clearly in decline, and you gave him a 7-year, $180 million deal that the rest of the baseball industry absolutely laughed at, and now you're stuck in this spot. The amount of ways that a bad decision could have gone even worse, it's incredible, Andy.
You know what else is kind of incredible? You said it right there. So I think the debate for worst contract in Denver sports is in Denver sports history now we're talking, between Chris Bryant and Russell Wilson. I still say Wilson's closer. Wilson's a deal because you paid him to go. He didn't earn a single dollar under the new deal.
Yeah.
And then you just mentioned the worst trade. Is it Russ or is it the Nolan trade? And you're right, it's Nolan because you paid $50 million for somebody to take your Gold Glove third baseman.
You don't even
got nothing for it.
You don't even have anyone left in the
got
organization.
nothing
From the deal. You
didn't
nothing.
even at the time get a top 5 prospect out of them.
Unbelievable.
And yet Russell Wilson is connected to both things we're talking about.
Yes.
How about that?
They're so far.
And
they're so far away.
And the Rockies once drafted Russell Wilson.
They could have just kept Nolan Arenado the whole time.
Yeah.
They could have just kept him.
And then they could have traded him again.
He still had productive years left.
But see, again,
he had a top 3 finish in the MVP a couple of years ago. He still had productive years left.
The word was, though, because of the bad TV deal, which has only gotten worse, Dick did not want to pay Nolan all his money.
But then he turned around and gave it to Chris Bryant.
He basically, you're right, but he basically said, I traded $50 million to not pay the other $200 million or whatever that would have been left.
And then he gave 180 of it to Chris Bryant.
Yeah.
And he got nothing out of it. I got an update from a college basketball update. Andy, as you know, Air Force head men's basketball coach Joe Scott has been on leave. Well, today, the Air Force Academy and Joe Scott have announced a mutual parting of the ways.
Well, there you go. The buyout's been agreed to.
Here's the statement from Director of Athletics Nathan Pine. Quote, Coach Scott's passion for the game of basketball has long been evident in his competitive and direct coaching style. It was this coaching style that guided Air Force basketball to some of the program's most memorable achievements during his initial tenure at the Air Force Academy. This is a different day, and now is the right time for a new voice and a new approach to drive the culture and success of the men's basketball program, aligned with the Air Force Academy's mission of forging leaders of character developed to lead in our Air Force and Space Force. We thank Coach Scott for his 10 years of service to the Academy and wish him and his family well, close quote. Scott saying in a statement, quote, I thank Nate Pine for his leadership. The Air Force Academy gave me my first head coaching opportunity, and I am forever grateful. We will always be fans of Air Force basketball, close quote. So Joe got his money.
I'm just laughing. I saw a tweet over the weekend that statement reminds me of. Dolphins cut Tyreek Hill, and they're like, hey, thank you. Just stop. All this stuff needs to stop. We don't need you thanking it. You got your money. Goodbye. I'm out. You fired me. I don't need to hear publicly that you thanked each other. You're gone. We're happy. You got paid. Let's all just leave that.
You screamed at the players too much.
Yeah, let's just be done with that. And for the teams, stop thanking guys you just cut and took money from. Just stop. Just stop. Who cares? Thanks for the memories. What memories? You didn't win jack with him. I didn't think you even won a playoff game with him. It all just feels fake to me, and I hate it.
I want to add, Andy, currently Air Force mired in a 19-game losing streak. They will host UNLV tomorrow afternoon at Clune Arena.
Well, CSU beat UNLV on Monday, so maybe that'll bring some inspiration.
That's a possibility now.
I'm Ron Burgundy.
UNLV coming to town. By the way, it's Greg Popovich bobblehead day tomorrow at
Really?
Clune Arena. That's right. Mm-hmm. So you can get a Greg Popovich bobblehead if you go to the Air Force UNLV
What
game.
version of him? Old, young? What are we talking?
I believe it's Air Force version of Pop.
Okay.
So
he's still got hair?
So he's still young, yes.
Brown hair, dark hair? What do you have?
Much younger, I believe. I don't know. I'll have to. I'll
take a look.
I'll get
Tweet
a picture of the bobblehead tomorrow.
Just tweet it for everybody to see.
Yes.
Or if somebody gets it, tweet it at us. I don't know. Sounds like there's plenty of seats available.
I have a feeling. All right, Andy. USA, Canada. Who's bringing home the gold medal? Sunday morning, 6:10 a.m. Mountain Time.
You gonna make me sing because I'm proud to be American? No, you're not. You know
and
why?
I surely stand up.
Listen,
next to
I said this to you in a break, okay? As much as I'd love for Lee Greenwood to play, or the Freebird and all that, like the midday show's doing, Canada's winning this. Dude, it went Celebrini to McDavid to MacKinnon. We just have to hope the Kachucks don't beat up any of our Avs in the course of this game.
Yeah.
Although Hellebuck could steal it, but if Hellebuck isn't on his absolute A game, it ain't happening.
That's going to do it for us. I'm taking Canada as well. I'm not picking against Cale Makar, that cherub-faced, lovely young boy.
Not worried about a guy named McJesus.
This is the best person in the world, Cale Makar.
the best
and you're listening
person
to Kreckman and Lindahl.
in the world.
And you're listening to us.
And you're listening to us.
No, you were. We're done.
Will Nathan MacKinnon smile?
If they win a gold, maybe.
He'll crack a slight.
Like he did at the opening ceremonies. He may flash a grin at the closing.
Okay.
If he's even there. I'm telling you, Canada, all this is relief. Just understand, folks, winning in hockey is the same thing as us winning in basketball. There's really no joy in it. You just expect it.
It's expected, and if you don't, we'll hate you. We're back Monday, and we look forward to talking to you then. The Blitz with Birdo in spring coming up next. Good night, everybody. Have a great weekend.